smiling warm up inside your heart, feeling of pure love. Oh, Jamaican heartbeat, dancing to the beat. Up inside your heart, heartbeat of the world. Oh, Jamaican heartbeat, Jamaican heartbeat. Jamaica, can you feel it? Jamaican heartbeat, love it. Heartbeat of the world, beyond compare, like it anywhere. Share, eat and drink, we move and dance with you. No matter where you are, no matter where you're from, join in the party. You're welcome, you're welcome. So me say greetings, welcome to one and all, to the land of scat, reggae and dancehall. There we go beach, river and waterfall, and we have a lot of party when the night fall. Hold a vibe, eat something with a drink in your hand, rum beer, jerk chicken, roast fish, yellow yam. Them say we beat unique, so every boy, every girl come to Jamaica, the heartbeat of the world. Jamaican heartbeat, Jamaica, can you feel it? Jamaican heartbeat, heartbeat of the world. Feel the pulse, feel the vibe, feel it in your heart. Sunshine smiling warm up inside your heart, feeling of pure love. Oh, Jamaican heartbeat, dancing to the beat. Up inside your heart, heartbeat of the world. Oh, Jamaican heartbeat, Jamaican heartbeat, Jamaica, can you feel it? Jamaican heartbeat, love it. Heartbeat of the world, beyond compare, like it anywhere. Share, eat and drink, we move and dance with you. No matter where you are, no matter where you're from, join in the party. You're welcome, you're welcome. So me say greetings, welcome to one and all, to the land of scat, reggae and dancehall. There we go beach, river and waterfall, and we have a lot of party when the night fall. Hold a vibe, eat something with a drink in your hand, rum beer, jerk chicken, roast fish, yellow yam. Them say we beat you. Every boy, every girl come to Jamaica, the heartbeat of the world. Jamaican heartbeat, Jamaica, can you feel it? Jamaican heartbeat, heartbeat of the world. go through struggles to love you by any means, baby. I'm here for you, are you ready to live your dreams, baby? The love you have for me made me know you're a queen, lady. Absolute, she know just what a king needs. That's why she get what. One day, baby girl, I know you'll see the light. Oh, that all I really want to do is treat you right. All I want to do is treat you right. All I want to do is treat you right. All I want to do is treat you right, baby. All I want to do is treat you right. We'll go through struggles to love you by any means, baby. I'm here for you, are you ready to live your dreams, baby? The love you have for me made me know you're a queen, lady. Absolute, she know just what a king needs. That's why she get what she received lately. Candlelit in his fireplace nights, stress relief. Every beautiful melody of hers is the best to me. All I want to do is treat you right. All I want to do is treat you right, baby. All I want to do is One day, baby girl, I know you'll see the light. Oh, that all I really want to do is treat you right. All I want to do is treat you right. All I want to do is treat you right. All I want to do is treat you right, baby. All I want to do is treat you right. We're going to struggle to love you by any means, baby. I'm here for you. Are you ready to live your dreams, baby? The love you have for me made me know you're a queen, lady. Absolute. She know just what a king needs. That's why she get what she received lately. Candlelit in this fireplace night. Stress relief. Every beautiful melody of hers is the best to me. All I want to do is treat you right. All I want to do is treat you right, baby. All I want to do is treat you right. All I want to do is treat you right, baby. All I want to do is treat you right. We're going to struggle to love you by any means, baby. I'm here for you. Are you ready to live your dreams, baby? The love you have for me made me know you're a queen, lady. Absolute. She know just what a king needs. That's why she get what she received lately. Candlelit in this fireplace night. Stress relief. Every beautiful melody of hers is the best to me.
Good afternoon, and welcome to Revamping Caribbean Tourism post COVID-19. My name is Chloe Lewis, and it is my pleasure to greet you this afternoon as the event chairperson for this conference and host for this afternoon's proceedings. Earlier this year, the world was shaken as the World Health Organization declared the coronavirus had evolved to pandemic status. The tourism industry has taken the hardest hit as world leaders made the difficult decision to close country borders in efforts to contain the spread of the virus and protect their citizens. Health and safety is undoubtedly the most important factor as we navigate these uncharted waters. But it should not be overlooked that this shutdown has been extremely problematic for regions like ours here in the Caribbean, where sustaining a developing economy depends on tourist arrivals from international markets. The Caribbean is known for its sun, sand, and sea products to attract tourists. However, with the pandemic, which has plagued us for the past 10 months, a lot more than beaches will be needed to invite visitors back to our shores. This highly communicable virus has affected the way in which we all live, interact with each other, and conduct business, not only at home, but around the world. Regardless of whether or not a vaccine is found tomorrow or next year, the imprint of COVID-19 will be long lasting. But life must go on, and that is why we are here today. Tourism, by definition and by obvious observation, depends not only on the mobility of persons, but also on the numerous products, stakeholders, organizational bodies, and individuals that combine to deliver the destination's product. The normal challenge is to get all of these working parts to work cohesively has been definitely exacerbated due to our current environment. So it is up to us as future leaders to embark on these conversations to plan for the days where what we have to offer will turn into the question of how we offer it. So get ready to immerse yourselves into our riveting conversations that will span over the next 3 days. Each topic of conversation was strategically curated to the current atmosphere of the tourism industry in the Caribbean, with the intention of involving stakeholders in conversations that will inform and help to stimulate solutions for the massive shift that the coronavirus has caused. We will now hand over to Dr. Andrew Spencer, who will be giving the opening remarks. Dr. Andrew Spencer is currently the Deputy Executive Director and Senior Lecturer at the Mona School of Business Management and the UWI Mona, where he manages the largest undergraduate programs in the university. Most recently, he was also the Executive Director of the Tourism Development Company Limited, the agency responsible for the maintenance, development, largest agency in the Ministry of Tourism. Dr. Spencer, who is a PhD from the School of Tourism at Bournemouth University in the United Kingdom, and was the first PhD graduate from the BU E-Tourism Lab. From 2013 to 2017, Dr. Spencer was the director of the Center for Hotel and Tourism Management, University of the West Indies, Nassau, Bahamas. He has published extensively in leading international journals and presented at conferences on the areas of travel supply chain, tourism advertising effectiveness, small hotel competitiveness, and gender issues in the hospitality sector. He is married with 2 children and is a proud graduate and former teacher at the Wilmer's Boys School. Dr. Spencer.
Thank you very much, Chloe. And thank you for your invitation. I think my task is actually quite simple for this forum, and I'm very excited to be here just to see what our future leaders have been able to do. And I've been asked to endorse the event, and it's a very simple thing for me to do, because endorsing something requires that you believe in it. It requires that you are supportive of it, and that's a very natural thing for me to see our students come together in this way to execute such a very large undertaking, but also because it has accompanying it a large advocacy role. It has a community contribution component, and it makes me very proud to be associated with it. I noted that, as you said, Chloe, that the topics were carefully selected. And I think certainly what you're trying to achieve here is going to have real impact, and it's going to go a long way in terms of bringing us all together to do the right things in this pandemic. So of course, you're doing your day 1, which is entertainment, looking at crisis management components of that. I notice on day 2, you're focusing on access, accommodation, attractions, and of course, the all important policy directions, which should be engaged in, will be your day 3. And I think certainly this flow and the organization that has gone behind it, and to see that you as students have come together and done this so well, it just tells me that our future is in really great hands. The gathering of speakers that you've managed to pull together is simply phenomenal. In fact, having had to pull together multiple other events myself, it has been a challenge to get the caliber speakers that I notice you have in your fora throughout the next few days. And I think that is very commendable. So first of all, thank you for bringing together academicians in this way. Thank you for bringing practitioners together in this way. And thank you for bringing our student body and the future of our industry together in this way. I want to just also add my welcome, and just to say to you, I fully and totally endorse this event, and I declare it open. Thank you again, and I look forward to feasting with you over the next few days. You're not here to hear from me, you're here to hear from the experts. So congratulations, and I look forward to the outcomes of the event.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Spencer, for declaring our conference open. So it is indeed time to revamp Caribbean tourism. So we would like to acknowledge the institutions who are here to support this revamp, our sponsors. We would firstly like to thank our designated sponsor, the Jamaica Tourist Board, Heartbeat of the World. Thank you to the Tourism Linkages Network, the Tourism Enhancement Fund, Dream Entertainment, the Pawn Shack Outlet, Hero Music Productions, Igonics, Deco Awnings Blinds and Shades, Styles FM 96.1, the Young Entrepreneurs Association, the Jade Dragon Wholesale and Retail. The proceeds will go towards providing tablets for children at the Mona Heights Primary School to be able to partake in their online school sessions, and we are indeed thankful for their support. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of some of our specially invited guests. Firstly, Miss Benny Watson, our course lecturer. Good afternoon, Miss Benny. Miss Dr. Michelle McLeod, Ms. Michelle Cox, Ms. Dr. Anthony Carter, and Mr. David Bonner. We welcome you to our conference. As we begin our conference today, we will be looking at the entertainment sector. At 2 p.m., we will have COVID-19 crisis management for the entertainment industry, followed by Saving Carnival in a post-COVID environment at 4 p.m. And to end the fun at 6 p.m., we will be looking at revitalizing the entertainment sector in the Caribbean. On Thursday, day 2, it's all about access, accommodation, and attraction. So join us back online at 2 p.m. tomorrow, where we will be discussing revamping the Caribbean attraction sector using COVID-19 resilient strategies. Then at 4, we will be handling the hotel sector and how to succeed in a post-COVID era. And the final session for day 2 will look at how tour operators can regenerate business to the Caribbean destination during and after COVID-19. Finally, on day 3, Friday, we will be having important discussions on policy. With an earlier start at 1 p.m., we will be looking at restoring jobs during and post-COVID-19. At 3 p.m., embracing cannabis as a Caribbean tourism product. And at 5 p.m., we will end with a big conversation all about using big data to reshape Caribbean tourism. This will be followed by the closing ceremony, where we will have some exciting giveaways courtesy our sponsors. We do hope you enjoy this conference and that you spread the word to others so that the message coming out of our 9 sessions will not go unnoticed, and help us in achieving our goal of appealing to those in the positions to make a difference during and immediately after this pandemic is realized. We will see you back here at 2 p.m. for our first session. Thank you all for coming.
All I really want to do, one day, baby girl, I know you'll see the light. Oh, that's all I really want to do, treat you right. All I want to do is treat you right. All I want to do is treat you right. All I want to do is treat you right, baby. All I want to do is treat you right. We go through struggles to love, love you by any means, baby. I'm here for you, are you ready to live your dreams, baby? The love you have for me made me know you're a queen, lady. Absolute, she know just what a king needs. That's why she get what she received lately. Candlelit in this fireplace nights, stress relief. Every beautiful melody of hers is the best to me. All I want to do is treat you right. All I want to do is treat you right, baby. All I want to do is treat you right. All I want to do is treat you right, baby. All I want to do is treat you right. We'll go through struggles to love you by any means, baby. I'm here for you, are you ready to live your dreams, baby? The love you have for me made me know you're a queen, lady. Absolute, she know just what a king needs. That's why she get what she received lately. Candlelit in this fireplace nights, stress relief. Every beautiful melody of hers is the best to me.
Feel the pulse, feel the vibe, feel it in your heart.
Sunshine smiling, we're up inside your heart. Feeling of pure love, oh Jamaican heartbeat. Dancing to the beat, up inside your heart. Heartbeat of the world, oh Jamaican heartbeat. Jamaican heartbeat.
Jamaica,
Can you feel it? Jamaican heartbeat.
love it.
Heartbeat of the world. Beyond compare, nothing like it anywhere. Share, eat and drink. We move and dance with you. No matter where you are, no matter where you're from. Join in the party. You're welcome. You're welcome.
So me say greetings, welcome to one and all, to the land of ska, reggae and dancehall. Here we go beach, river and waterfall, and we have a lot of party when the night fall. Hold a vibe, eat something with a drink in your hand, rum beer, jerk chicken, roast fish, yellow yam. Them say we beat unique, so every boy, every girl come to Jamaica, the heartbeat of the world.
Jamaican heartbeat.
Jamaica,
Can you feel it? Jamaican heartbeat. One day, baby girl, I know you'll see the light. Oh, that all I really want to do is treat you right. All I want to do is treat you right. All I want to do is treat you right. All I want to do is treat you right, baby. All I want to do is treat you right. We'll go through struggles to love you by any means, baby. I'm here for you, are you ready to live your dreams, baby? The love you have for me made me know you're a queen, lady. Absolute, she know just what a king needs. That's why she get what she received lately. Candlelit in this fireplace nights, stress relief. Every beautiful melody of hers is the best to me. All I want to do is treat you right. All I want to do is treat you right, baby. All I want to do is treat you right. All I want to do is treat you right, baby. All I want to do is treat you right. love you by any means, baby. I'm here for you, are you ready to live your dreams, baby? The love you have for me made me know you're a queen, lady. Absolute, she know just what a king needs. That's why she get what she received lately. Candlelit in this fireplace night, stress relief. Every beautiful melody of hers is the best to me.
Feel the buzz, feel the vibe, feel it in your heart.
Sunshine smiling warm up inside your heart. Feeling of pure love. Oh, Jamaican heartbeat. Dancing to the beat. Up inside your heart. Heartbeat of the world. Oh, Jamaican heartbeat. Jamaican heartbeat.
Jamaica.
Fine audio.
Can you feel
Do you know you
it?
have your mute button?
Yeah, I put the
Are
mute
you still
behind,
there?
and it's saying something might also start video. I know what that is.
I'll start the video. But
I,
Share, eat, and drink.
audio.
Jamaican heartbeat.
Jamaica.
Can you feel it?
mute. All right, mute my audio alt. Yeah, whatever that is. Hit them things with a fashion boy.
Wait. Excuse me. Okay, start video. And now you have it.
state, now no vacancy. Last time, see you on FaceTime, shutting up the place, bout in our relationship. Me, I go put you on lockdown. I put your body on lockdown. You got me on lock now. You got my person on lock. Oh, if you love me, you should let me. You should let me. You should let me know. And if you don't know, better feel let me. Better feel let me. I better you let me go. Pulling up, pulling up, pulling up. Nobody deal with the bagel and talking. But nothing now, we are chilling in an apartment. Hope you don't mind me. Ask, where will we go? When the quarantine thing done and everybody touch road. Mommy, me gonna start, pull up in a fast car, yeah. I know fast start, make you want the fast part, yeah. I know you're feeling me. You know I'm feeling you. So what now we for do, yeah. Say you want trouble, we go hopefully. Say you hope in your love and not just no tally. Make my heart full of some love you totally. Do my own thing, I'm in no trouble, nobody. I want watching out for the party out. And they didn't hear but them are what we know. Swing on me no miss like Pacquiao. What you feeling for hot coffee out? Watching out, watching out. All you want talk about how much money. Yeah, anything you want, coffee got the money. Yeah, me give you my heart, make you take it from me. Where will we go? Where will we go? When the quarantine thing done and everybody touch road. Where we go? Where we go? Mommy, me gonna start, pull up in a fast car, yeah. I know fast start, make you want the fast part, yeah. I know you're feeling me, baby. You know I'm feeling you, baby. So what now we for do, yeah. Baby, are you feeling me? Cause I'm really feeling you. Baby, are you feeling me? Cause I'm really feeling me. Mama, pull up in my fast car. Pull up in my fast car. Anytime you see me, I'm running my country. Where will we go? When the quarantine thing done and everybody touch road. Mommy, me gonna start, pull up in a fast car, yeah. I know fast start, make you want the fast part, yeah. I know you're feeling me. You know I'm feeling you. So what now we for do, yeah. Hey, fancy, oh your heart state, now no vacancy. Last time see you on FaceTime, shutting up the place, bout in our relationship. Me, I go put you on lockdown. I put your body on lockdown. You got me on lock now. You got my person on lock. Oh, if you love me, you should let me. You should let me. You should let me know. And if you don't know, better feel let me. Better feel let me. I better you let me go. Pulling up, pulling up, pulling up. Nobody deal with the bagel and talking. But nothing now, we are chilling in an apartment. Hope you don't mind me. Ask, where will we go? When the quarantine thing done and everybody touch road. Mommy, me gonna start, pull up in a fast car, yeah. I know fast start, make you want the fast part, yeah. I know you're feeling me. You know I'm feeling you. So what now we for do, yeah. Say you want trouble, we go hopefully. Say you hope in your love and not just no tally. Make my heart full of some love you totally. Do my own thing, I'm in no trouble, nobody. I want watching out for the party out. And they didn't hear but them are what we know. Swing on me no miss like Pacquiao. What you feeling for hot coffee out? Watching out, watching out. All you want talk about how much money. Yeah, anything you want, coffee got the money. Yeah, me give you my heart, make you take it from me. Where will we go? Where will we go? When the quarantine thing done and everybody touch road. Where we go? Where we go? Mommy, me gonna start, pull up in a fast car, yeah. I know fast start, make you want the fast part, yeah. I know you're feeling me, baby. You know I'm feeling you, baby. So what now we for do, yeah. Baby, are you feeling me? Cause I'm really feeling you. Baby, are you feeling me? Cause I'm really feeling all I
And it's a protege, eh? Chronics are where you stay, eh? Okay.
Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? I just go where the trade wind blows, sending love to my friends and foes. And I suppose I'm pleased to be chilling in the West Indies. Jah provide all my wants and needs. I got the sunshine, rivers and trees. Relief, hey.
When me see Jah, me see a way. Drastically straight from hypocrisy, I say, hey. Every man to them own a philosophy. I live the proper way and then me read a chapter daily. Man, they in a city hungry and no eat. And food they down a country just a drop off of the tree then. You see, say poverty no real then. Is what the reason revealing.
Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? I just go where the trade wind blows, sending love to my friends and foes. And I suppose I'm pleased to be chilling in the West Indies. I provide all my wants and needs. I got the sunshine, rivers and trees. Relief, yeah.
When the rain beats up at bunny roof, herb just a steam pepper pot bunny stew. Like it's a dream if you got gratitude. So go tell the regime they can't stop where we do now. Information you think on your own, or else you're a slave to the things that you know. What do you know if you learn every day? So be careful of things where you say.
Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? I just go where the trade wind blows, sending love to my friends and foes. And I suppose I'm pleased to be chilling in the West Indies. I provide all my wants and needs. I got the sunshine, rivers and trees. Relief.
Africa in our soul, but a Jah in our heart. It is of importance for I and I gather. If we cannot show now a balance as we are, how do we propose then to carry it abroad? Let's not go to Ethiopia and you not have a plan. The building of a nation and a helper on. Every one a lover, one a man is just a man. It shall be a coronation when we land.
Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? I just go where the trade wind blows, sending love to my friends and foes. And I suppose I'm pleased to be chilling in the West Indies. To provide all my wants and needs. I got the sunshine, rivers and trees. Relief, well.
And I say we just
Who
move
knows?
on.
Who knows?
Yeah, man.
Who knows, babe?
We just move with joy every time.
I'm pleased
Give
to
thanks,
be
you know.
chilling in the West Indies.
You see that smile on
I
me.
provide all my wants and my needs, oh dream. Can't ball in a life, man. Go on with it, go on with it.
Yo, is it? Are you kidding me?
To us, yeah. So we are coming with a force, yeah. Blessings we are reaping, we coursing on full. Oh, we not rise and boast. Yeah, we give thanks that we need it the most. We have to give thanks that we really supposed to be thankful. Blessings all from my life and my thank God for the journey, the earnings, not just for the plus. Yeah, and gratitude is a must. Yeah, we see blessings fall by my right hand. But I toast to the friends that take off every load. One time kids sit down in a class and we board them only set the road and we go on with the road. Third one, me say me try a thing. And you know it found up to be a fire thing. Now up on stage with chronic say I sing. Yeah, see me all dig it soon get the higher ring. Like hello brother, me say I had to shut ya. Saw your poster, spectacular photo. Keep it burning, yes, that's the motto. If you need a butter, pass through your shot. Can't fall in a life, man. Me have to thank God for the journey, the earnings, not just for the plus. Yeah. And gratitude is a must. Yeah, me see blessings fall by my right hand. But I toast to the friends we take off the load. One time kids sit down in a class and we board them only set the road and we go on with it, go on with it. That's how our blessings upon me. And send me to tell you my story. That's what that's in the for me. And that's how I made to give him the glory. I'm delighted. Jah knows I'm a passion ignited. Got the music me excited. I'm coming like a potion. Blessings all for my life and my thank God for the journey, the earnings, and that's for the plus. Yeah. Gratitude is a must. Yeah, me see blessings fall by my right hand. But I toast with the friends, we take off every load. One time, kids sit down in a class and we board. Then Ollie said the road and we go on with the road. Toast, yeah, to toast. Oh, in a rise and boast. Yeah, we give thanks. We have to give thanks that we really supposed to be thankful. Blessings all for my life and my thank God for the journey, the earnings, and that's for the plus. Yeah. Gratitude is a must. Yeah, me see blessings fall by my right hand. But I toast to the friends that take off the load. One time kids sit down in a class and we board. Then Ollie said the road and we go on with the road. Toast. Yeah. Toast. One day, baby girl, I know you will see the light. Oh, that all I really want to do is treat you right. All I want to do is treat you right. All I want to do is treat you right. All I want to do is treat you right. Baby, all I want to do is treat you right. Go go through struggles to love you by any means, baby. I'm here for you. Are you ready to live your dreams, baby? The love you have for me made me know you're a queen, lady. Absolute. She know just what a king needs. That's why she get what she received lately. Candlelit in this fireplace night, stress relief. Every beautiful melody of hers is the best to me. All I want to do is treat you right. All I want to do is treat you right, baby. All I want to do is treat you right. All I want to do is treat you right, baby. All I want to do is treat you right. Go go through struggles to love you by any means, baby. I'm here for you. Are you ready to live your dreams, baby? The love you have for me made me know you're a queen, lady. Absolute. She know just what a king needs. That's why she get what she received lately. Candlelit in this fireplace night, stress relief. Every beautiful melody of hers is the best to me.
Feel the pulse, feel the vibe, feel it in your heart.
Sunshine smiling warm up inside your heart. Feeling of pure love. Oh, Jamaican heartbeat. Dancing to the beat. Up inside your heart. Heartbeat of the world. Oh, Jamaican heartbeat. Jamaican heartbeat.
Jamaica.
Can you feel it?
me say greetings, welcome to one and all, to the land of ska, reggae and dancehall. Here we go beach, river and waterfall, and we have a lot of party when the night fall. Hold a vibe, eat something with a drink in your hand. Rum beer, jerk chicken, roast fish, yellow yam. Them say we beat unique, so every boy, every girl come to Jamaica, the heartbeat of the world.
Jamaican heartbeat.
Jamaica.
Can you feel it? Jamaican heartbeat. Heartbeat of the world. One day, baby girl, I know you'll see the light. Whoa, that all I really want to do is treat you right. All I want to do is treat you right. All I want to do is treat you right. All I want to do is treat you right. Baby, all I want to do is treat you right. We're going to struggle to love you by any means, baby. I'm here for you, are you ready to live your dreams, baby? The love you have for me made me know you're a queen, lady. Absolute, she know just what a king needs. That's why she get what she received lately. Candlelit in this fireplace night, stress relief. Every beautiful melody of hers is the best to me. All I want to do is treat you right. All I want to do is treat you right, baby. All I want to do is treat you right. All I want to do is treat you right, baby. All I want to do is treat you right. We're going to struggle to love you by any means, baby. I'm here for you. Are you ready to live your dreams, baby? The love you have for me made me know you're a queen, lady. Absolute, she know just what a king needs. That's why she get what she received lately. Candlelit in this fireplace night, stress relief. Every beautiful melody of hers is the best to me. Where will we go when the quarantine thing done and everybody touch road? Mommy, me gonna start pull up in a fast car, yeah. I know fast car, make you want the fast part, yeah. I know you're feeling me, you know I'm feeling you. So what now we for you, yeah. Hey fancy, oh your heart state, now no vacancy. Last time see you on FaceTime, shutting up the place, bout you know my relationship. Me I go put you on lockdown, I put your body on lockdown. You got me on lock now. You got my person on lock. Oh, if you love me, you should let me. You should let me. You should let me know. And if you don't know, better feel let me. Better feel let me. I better you let me go. Pulling up, pulling up, pulling up. Nobody deal with the bagel and talking. But nothing know we're chilling in an apartment. Hope you don't mind us. Where will we go? When the quarantine thing done and everybody touch road. Mommy, me gonna start pull up in a fast car, yeah. I know fast car, make you want the fast part, yeah. I know you're feeling me, you know I'm feeling you. So what now we for do, yeah. Say you want trouble, we go whole valley. Say your hope in your love and not just no tally. Make my heart full of some love you totally. Do my own thing, I'm in a trouble nobody. I want watching out for the party out. And they didn't hear by them are what we know. Swing on me, no miss like Pacquiao. What you feeling for hot coffee out? Watching out, watching out. All you want talk about how much you money. Yeah, anything you want, go pick up the money. Yeah, me give you my heart, make you take it from me. Where will we go? Where will we go? When the quarantine thing done and everybody touch road. Where we go? Mommy, we gonna start, pull up in a fast car, yeah. And a fast start, make you want the fast part, yeah. I know you're feeling me, baby. You know I'm feeling you, baby. So what now we for do, yeah. Baby, are you feeling me? Cause I'm really feeling you. Baby, are you feeling me? Cause I'm really feeling you. I'ma pull up in my fast car. Pull up in my fast car. Feeling like a rock star. Anytime you see me, can't ball in a life, man. Go on with it, go on with it.
Yo, is it? Are you kidding me?
To us, yeah. So we are coming here with a force, yeah. Blessings we are reaping, we coursing on full. Oh, we not rise and boast. Yeah, we give thanks like we need it the most. We have to give thanks like we really supposed to be thankful. Blessings all for my life, man. My thank God for the journey, the earnings, I test for the plus. Yeah. Gratitude is a must. Yeah, we see blessings fall by my right hand. But I toast to the friends who take off every load. One time kids sit down in a class and we board then only set the road and we go on with the road. Third one, me say me try a thing. And you know it found out to be a fire thing. Now up on stage with chronic say a thing. Yeah, see me all dig it soon get the higher ring. Like hello brother, say I had to shot ya. Saw your poster, spectacular photo. Keep it burning, yes, that's the motto. If me the butter pass through your shot, can't ball in a life, man. Me have to thank God for the journey, the earnings, I just for the plus. Yeah. And gratitude is a must. Yeah, me see blessings fall by my right hand. But I toast to the friends who take off the load. One time things sit down in a class on board, then only set the road and go on with it, go on with it. That's how our blessings upon me. And say me fi tell them a story. That's how our blessings upon me. And that's how I mean I give him the glow, the breathe, and me delight it. Jah know say my passion ignite it. Got the music get me excited. Coming like a potion. Blessings all for my life and my thank God for the journey, the earnings, and just for the plus. Yeah. And gratitude is a must. Yeah, me see blessings fall by my right hand. But I toast to the friends who take off every load. One time kids sit down in a class and we board then only set the road and we go on with the road. To us, yeah. To us. Oh, we not rise and boast. Yeah, we give thanks. We have to give thanks that we really supposed to be thankful. Blessings all for my life and my thank God for the journey, the earnings, and just for the plus. Yeah. And gratitude is a must. Yeah, me see blessings fall by my right hand. But I toast to the friends who take off every load. One time kids sit down in a class and we board then only set the road and we go on with the road. To us, yeah. To us.
Hear that? Everything is a joke. Sister, talk to them, man. It's real.
Never before. under the pressure, yeah, under the pressure, under the pressure. Just watch up and take away now. We cheat na second cause we all under pressure, my friend. Sometimes when you feel it, you try down. I shot, you know, but do not make it stress cause it I feel it better, not feel living at the ghetto, feel the under the pressure, my friend.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to welcome you to our online conference being hosted by the future leaders of tourism and the Mona School of Business and Management. Today, I am particularly excited to be your moderator with this germane topic, the COVID-19 pandemic and the next normal for the Caribbean entertainment sector. The COVID-19 pandemic has tested the resilience of many economic sectors, and for the entertainment sector, this is no different. As the Caribbean made its best efforts to curb the spread of the virus, many entertainment activities have paused, and several revenues have dried up. Some of the region's largest festivals, such as Crop Over in Barbados, St. Lucia Carnival, Jamaica's Carnival, Jazz and Creole in Dominica, to name a few, have been cancelled. Art galleries, restaurants, cinemas, and museums have closed, and concerts postponed. These are trying times for the Caribbean entertainment sector. Home to a melting pot of cultures, creative minds, and diversity, the Caribbean has a comparative advantage in the entertainment sector. In this regard, the region punches well above its weight and is a force to be reckoned within the generation of influential and creative works to look at the next normal for the future Caribbean entertainment sector. So, the future leaders of tourism thought the timing was right to have this discussion because, as a part of our advocacy role, we understand that we have to get these ideas out. We have to be innovative leaders and we have to rethink what is next for the entertainment sector. Today, we have some outstanding individuals in the industry to share with you. But first, let me introduce myself. My name is Shaniel Mackenzie, a third-year journalism student at the University of the West Indies, Mona. And today, we have with us Mr. Anthony Gabby Carter, famously known as the Mighty Gabby. He is a Bayesian artist, cultural ambassador, and renowned calypsonian. Mrs. Michelle Cox, a playwright, producer, director, and theater educator. And Mr. David Bonner, the director of marketing at Soca Therapy, a Jamaican organization that is dedicated to the promotion, expansion, and conservation of carnival culture in Jamaica and the wider Caribbean, with the goal of providing cultural entertainment for events both locally and internationally. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a critical time for this discussion as we have seen the impact of the current crisis on the tourism industry, specifically the entertainment sector. So now, we have an opportunity to pivot, evaluate how we can leverage as a region, as well as to rethink the entertainment sector and how we can make it a more viable and resilient sector. Before I get into the agenda, I want to remind you of a few housekeeping rules, which I am asking you to abide by so this can be a seamless discussion today. We ask that you stay polite and respectful when utilizing the chat feature. We ask that you place your questions in the chat. And please feel free to use the raise hand feature during the question and answer segment of the program if you would like to personally voice your question to the speakers. The first individual is someone who has dedicated over 50 years of contribution to the Caribbean music industry and has many titles: singer, songwriter, guitarist, playwright, actor, recording artist, folk artist, pecan master, cultural ambassador, and chief in Africa. Anthony Carter, popularly known as Mighty Gabby, is a legendary crowned calypsonian. Gabby is also a musical icon and a cultural ambassador to his gem of the Caribbean Sea, Barbados. Today, he will share with us how COVID has impacted his career and what are his plans to recover in a post-COVID environment. But first, Mr. Carter will be performing one of his musical pieces for us. Please welcome Gabby performing his piece. All right, everyone. So Gabby is having a little technical difficulty. So we will move on to our next speaker. The entertainment industry is a diverse sector, and we will be touching base with more than one segment in the industry. Our next speaker is a well-rounded individual in her segment of entertainment. She is a playwright, producer, director, and theater educator. Michelle Hickson Cox has been involved in theater and dance for over 30 years. In 2006, Michelle completed her bachelor's in theater arts at the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine campus, and then began her career as the theater educator at the University Center for Creative and Festival Arts. In 2009, she gained her Masters of Arts qualification at the University of London, where she studied applied drama, theater in educational, community, and social context. Mrs. Cox is presently the coordinator for the Associate's degree in Theater Arts at the Barbados Community College and a part-time lecturer at the University of the West Indies, Cave Hill campus, where she is also working towards her PhD. She's a founding member of 2 theater companies in Barbados, Rima Artistic Consultants and Theater Services and Bimprov. Both companies use theater interventions to speak to issues of significance to Barbados, while providing performance opportunities to young theater artists on the island. Mrs. Michelle Cox, the floor is all yours.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Chanel. So I want to say good evening, first of all, to everyone, and I want to give a bit of context to the work that I do in theatre here in Barbados. As Chanel would have mentioned, I'm an arts educator and I coordinate the associate degree program in theatre arts at the Barbados Community College. Just to give you a sense of what was happening earlier this year, we would have been preparing for our final year portfolio presentation, which is, our major hoorah, the final thing that our students are doing before they graduate. And then COVID hit. Now, in addition to that, I also have a company called Rima Arts, Rima Act, sorry, and we specialize in museum theatre. We've had a partnership with the Barbados Museum and Historical Society for about the last 6 years or so, where we have every year a season that we produce called Torchlight Experience, and that happens actually normally around this time of the year. And lastly, BIMPROV is an improvisational troupe, and it's not as established as either the college or Rima, but BIMPROV was set to launch this year. And so all three of those entities had to kind of negotiate this new space where, we're now in this time of COVID. Needless to say, all of them were impacted by COVID. I function in theater, and theater for centuries has depended on live audiences. We perform, and I think that's a part of the magic of theater, that you can reach out and touch the audience. And certainly the style of theater that I specialize in is interactive theater, where we literally do reach out and touch our audiences. So we were severely impacted by COVID. We would have had the lockdown here in Barbados in, I think it was March. And, venues were closed, schools were closed, several shows were canceled, Crop Over was canceled. We also have the National Independence Festival of Theatre of Creative Arts, which right now should be culminating. That has been canceled. And all of these are things which, theatre artists particularly look forward to, because those are the areas where we would normally find our streams of income in Barbados. Theatre is not, a year-round viable product in Barbados at the moment. And so we look forward to those major festivals to be able to showcase our work. Both our performers and our technical theatre practitioners would have been quite severely affected by those closures and cancellations. But, in Barbados, we've relatively kept COVID under control. I suppose I should knock on wood for that one. So far, we've kept it under control. And we're kind of opened again now. Our schools have reopened, several venues have reopened, but we do have those restrictions now with social distancing. So a venue that would normally at full capacity hold 250 people, you can't have those 250 people in there now because you need to have that social distancing. But unfortunately, to my knowledge, the venues have not changed their pricing. Technicians have not changed their pricing. Designers have not changed their pricing. And so you still have to find a way now to make that money when you don't have bums in seats. And it's difficult. It is difficult. We can't ask the venues to reduce their price, considering that, of course, they would have their own costs to cover, their personnel, their electricity, and those things. So it's very difficult to kind of figure out the finances. It's a nightmare, to be honest, to figure out that financial component of, what we are now facing in theatre arts in Barbados. And I have to say, we We were not prepared. We were not prepared. Um, I think we all knew about the pandemic. We knew when it started in China, as they say, when it was reported to have started in China. Um, but we've had so many pandemics before, but certainly not in my lifetime. We didn't have any that really significantly affected Barbados. So swine flu, the H1N1 virus, we had Ebola, and we were prepared in terms of the health authorities side of it, but we never actually had those pandemics reaching us in a way where our daily lives in Barbados, our work, just moving about was restricted in the way that it still is now. Um, so yeah, we heard about COVID-19, and I think everyone was kind of in this space of, okay, it's not going to affect us, doesn't usually come here, but then it did. It did. Um, and I think we were all kind of shocked at that moment. And of course, there was a lot of, I dare say, propaganda that was going around because some people were saying that it's not anything major. The flu kills more people every year. And so, you had this moment at the beginning of the lockdown where there was still a lot of confusion because you were getting messages from so many different areas and you don't know which message to believe. Is it that we are kind of hyping up this thing and overreacting? Or, are the measures that are being put in place really necessary based on what we were going to be facing? So we were not prepared from the artistic perspective. I think there were lots of preparations from the medical and the health authorities perspective from the government, but certainly as artists, we didn't know how to make that transition when it happened. Um, I was determined, especially, we didn't know that we were going to be on a global lockdown really for this long. And I was determined that my students at the college were not going to not graduate. So we had to find a way to transition their production into an online space. And I mean, you can see my lovely green wall here behind me, which I promise you I did not paint because of the pandemic, but it came in very useful because we were able then to think about things like how do we change our backgrounds using Zoom? How do we change the names on Zoom? So we started playing around with the possibilities of this thing called online virtual performance. With Rima, we were definitely very severely affected because the museum did not have the season that we would normally have, because again, it's an interactive theater presentation, and we can't have that because of the social distancing. So that hasn't happened, but we are still in conversation about how we can move forward, keeping theater alive at the Barbados Museum. And interestingly enough, BIMPROV, like I said, was set to launch this year, and we did launch during COVID. We had a virtual audience, just like we have here on Zoom right now. Our players were on screen doing improvisational exercises, taking recommendations from our virtual audience and playing with that. And so we're still refining that product, but we've been exploring. And I have to say that I'm not the only person that's been doing it. We have several other theater practitioners in Barbados and throughout the region who have also been exploring with the idea of online performance. And it does bring that idea of, a virtual audience or a live audience into question because it's not what we're used to. But it also reduces our costs significantly because we don't have to pay for a venue for sure. But I think the question now, as we are planning on moving forward, our major question now is how do we monetize? In a physical space, it's easy. You have your box office, you come in, you go to your front of house area, there are tickets, physical exchange of money. When you are online, obviously you have to think about a new kind of system. So we're now looking at how to monetize. One of my colleagues, Matthew Kupakwashi Morrow, has been, speaking as well about the idea of how do you perhaps even create a platform other than Zoom that is specifically for theater, that allows us to experiment in the way that we want to. So there is a lot of experimentation. A lot of persons are also looking at alternative venues. So as opposed to going to the fixed space, Can we have theater in an outdoor park? Can we have theater in the drive-in? Can we have theater, in those kinds of spaces that allow for the social outdoor distancing to happen so that we can still have some kind of theatrical activity even in a live space? And from the college perspective, we're continuing. We are continuing. We hit the ground running this semester with our students. And again, experimenting, learning, testing all kinds of methodologies to be able to instruct using this virtual platform and still get the sense of, how do you teach theater? How do you teach voice acting or physical acting, characterization, and all those other elements of theater? So we're in that space, I think, right now, when we're talking about strategies and plans to move forward. We are in that space now where we are beginning to recognize that we don't know how long COVID is going to last. And if we want theater to outlast COVID, we have to be able to adapt and make that switch to this virtual environment,
Just to
and play with
interject,
it. Yeah, absolutely.
just to interject, apart from the launch, which was excellent, by the way, to have a launch during the pandemic, I must say that is a big thing. Do you have any events in the pipeline?
We do at the college. Our students are presently preparing for, oh dear, I don't want to, let me not call a number. They have a monologue festival coming up. They've got a directing festival coming up. They've also got an applied theater production and a musical theater production. So four. They have four productions that are going to be coming up. And it's been exciting because what we're now doing is that whereas for any of those productions we would normally rehearse them in one space, but what we're doing with our rehearsals now is that we have them rehearsing in the physical space, but we also have them rehearsing via Zoom. So in the event that we have any kind of a lockdown, they're able to make that switch easily because they've considered, what needs to be put in place for both types of performances. So it's been, I will not lie, it has been stress. It has been stress. But it has been a very steep learning curve for the tutors, practitioners, the students, everybody. But yeah, we do have some performances coming up, and certainly Ben Prov is going to be looking to do something hopefully over the holidays as well.
And just a follow-up question. I know that the government would have, of course, released their official documents on the guidelines and protocols to follow during this pandemic. You, as the owner of two companies and a businesswoman, of course, have you drafted your own protocols for your performers to, of course, follow these guidelines through managing this?
Absolutely. Right now, I've been working mostly with the college, and I put my own companies on hold. So Improv is easy because we work virtually, so that's easy. But certainly at the college, even before they put out their own protocols based on the government protocols, we had designed our own. So, yes, you have to do the check-ins and the temperature checks, the contact tracing and all of that when you enter the college. But then when you enter our space, it's a whole other set of protocols that we go through with the sanitizing. We make sure the space is sanitized because we do understand that as much as the college will sanitize the space before we get there, we know how we have to use the space a lot more intimately than the college staff would know. So we make sure we sanitize the space again. We also enforce the use of masks. And, on top of all of that, one of the things that we have chosen to do is that, your temperature is taken at the gate when you enter, but we have a temperature gun of our own. So we've been looking at those things. We have done our own kind of quarantine as well at the college. Anybody who comes in who has any kind of symptoms, stay home. Stay home. Do not come back to school unless you have a certificate that says that you don't have COVID or unless your symptoms have completely cleared. So we've put our own protocols in place as well. And I'm sure that when we reopen at the museum, the museum has their protocols, and we will have ours also.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chanel.
So thank you so much for shedding some light on how to tackle the COVID-19 virus and handling the entertainment sector. And I wish you all the best with your two companies, and you have your PhD going on as well, and you have your school to of course facilitate. So you what it sounds to me that you are doing a good job, and I just wish you all the best. Thank you
Thank you.
so much for giving us all this important information. And I'm sure that persons who are listening can, of course, make recommendations to businesses and companies on how to tackle the virus during this time.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. So I see the mighty Gabby here. We are in for some performance. Let me just check the participants chat to see if he's here. Okay, great. So again, everyone, the mighty Gabby. Let me just go again with its introduction to remind you of the person who we are expecting today. So he has dedicated over 50 years of contribution to the Caribbean music industry. And he has many titles: singer, songwriter, guitarist, playwright, actor, recording artist, folk artist, Pikong master, cultural ambassador, and chief in Africa. Anthony Carter, popularly known as Mighty Gabby, is a legendary crowned calypsonian. Gabby is also a musical icon and a cultural ambassador to his gem of the Caribbean Sea, Barbados. Today, he will share with us how COVID has impacted his career and what are his plans to recover in a post-COVID environment. But first, Mr. Carter will be performing his musical piece for us. Please welcome everyone, the mighty Gabby.
Hello, can you hear me? Can
Yes,
you hear
sir,
me?
we can.
Can you hear me?
Definitely, yes.
But this is about my city, main city, Bridgetown. Bridgetown early, Saturday morning. See how they calling, singing. Come for your breadfruit, come for your corn, come for the apples, fresh as the morn. Come for banana, come for potato, come for the guava, 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 guava. Fresh down early, Saturday morning, you see the children, how they're smiling, singing, don't be no fool, don't play too cute. Fill up your belly with lovely fresh fruit. Come for your breadfruit, come for your corn, come for the apples, fresh as the morn. Come for banana, come for potato, Come for the guava, the guava, the guava, the guava. Bridgetown, early Saturday morning, morning. Bang, bang, money, bang, bang, money, bang, bang, money, Bridgetown early, Saturday morning, Bridgetown early, Saturday morning, Bridgetown early, Saturday morning. Ooh.
Thank you for such an amazing performance, Mr. Gabby. All right, so I have some questions for you. Are you hearing me clearly? Mr. Gabby?
Yes, I am.
Okay,
Yes, I'm
perfect.
hearing you.
Great. How has the COVID-19 pandemic affected you as an artist, both personally and professionally?
Well, first of all, when it first struck, I felt trapped because I am a very outdoor kind of person. And to tell me that I had to stay inside and that, restricted at the supermarket, you're restricted in so many different ways. It hit me like stone cold, like really hard. But then after a few weeks, I began to adjust and realize this is a reality. This is what the world, not me per se, only is facing, but what the world is facing. And I decided, okay, then let me see in what way can I adapt that can coincide with the rest of the world. And so I began to look at it in a different way because I was teaching at primary school, music and drama. And obviously now that had to be curtailed. And it took a little while even before they began to do online stuff and things like that. But people would still call and want information on something pertaining to folk music or calypso or music period, because I don't just limit myself to Caribbean music. I do any genre of music, and I write any genre of music. So I began to feel really good that people from all over the world are calling you and asking you, how can you help us with this? Or would you be willing to do this or that or online or Zoom or whatever? And it became busy, really, really busy, only that we were using computers and laptops to do so. And it became exciting, not just an alternate way of communicating or of being an artist, but it became exciting because sometimes you will find people joining in conversations or joining in presentations from all over the world. We had never had that before. We would have mostly Caribbean people, but we're talking about people from, believe it or not, this country, Iran. People from Iran were calling me to find out about Caribbean music, about my own music, about how can they get CDs or how can they get in touch with the music other than just YouTube or something like that. And there I was able to supply a lot of them with this information and could contact. So that worked out extremely well. And then also the National Cultural Foundation, which I am a cultural consultant. They will call and ask me to go into some other school or do some presentations somewhere, of course, using the mask and all of that. And I became mask oriented, something that I never thought would happen, because at first it was very, very, very difficult for me to wear a mask, because I would cough immediately that mask is on my face. I would start coughing. I don't know if it was, premeditated. I don't know if it was psychological, but I know I would start coughing, like if I had some kind of, cold or COVID or something. But after a while, that too I began to adjust to. And a lot of times I would go up the house and find myself running back in to get the mask. Oh my God, the mask. Oh my God, the mask. And so I started walking around with 2 and 3 masks. I would put them in different places that if I forgot where one was, I could find the other one. And the mask became a part of my life, as in most people who are living through this pandemic. And then it began to become a part of the style. So that if you're wearing a blue shirt, you wear a blue mask. And if you're wearing a red shirt, you wear a red mask. That was how I started to get creative where the mask was going. So the mask looked boring to me, that you got on a green shirt and you got on some kind of thing that don't match. I said, nah, wear a mask that looks like the attire that you were wearing at the moment. And I find that the women more than us started doing that. They started to wear masks that matching the dress, and some actually will go and get a dress made and have a mask made out of the same material so that it matches. So it taught us how to be creative in that aspect of life as well. And playing for children, I find that in this pandemic, I am surprised how much attention they actually pay. And prior to that, some of them would be weary, some of them would be, unattentive. But I find for some reason during the pandemic that they pay almost rapt attention to what you are saying or what you are doing or what you are singing. Only this morning, I was at Ainsbury Primary School, which is an all-girls school, all-girl primary school. And the behavior was absolutely amazing. No children talking, no children shouting, no children running around, no children hitting at each other. I said, this can't be the generation I knew 2 years ago, right? But again, it shows you that the pandemic can teach us so many things. And I believe that that was a direct result of having to pay really keen attention to what the teachers were saying online and stuff like that.
Great, great.
That thing,
Yeah. What are your plans to recover in a post-COVID environment? Do you have any plans?
To recover, I already recovered, in my opinion, because
Great.
I'm back in the studio helping people, because I don't do a lot of recordings myself these days. I did one single recording last week. And that's because Christmas time, I'm not a real Christmas person at all, but I love the music. The only thing I love about Christmas is the music. I don't want to hear about the shopping. I don't want to hear about the food. I don't want to hear about Santa Claus. I don't want to hear nothing like that. Give me the music, whether I play or whether I listen to it or someone else is performing it. That's my Christmas forte. So in terms of recovering, they're in Barbados, on a personal level, I had not played in hotels for a long, long, long time until a few years ago. In fact, 30 years had passed before I got a job in the hotels. And that was very simple why this was so. I had written a song called Jack, talking about the Barbados Board of Tourism chairman and how he had made a statement stating that the property owners have the right to bring their property down to the high water mark. And I challenged him on it. And he kind of tried to fight back. And I told him, don't do that because I will immortalize you in song. And he didn't believe me, and I did. And I wrote this song and recorded it, and it became the biggest hit song ever in the history of music in Barbados. So that more or less nullified any fight that he had left. And as a result of that, I was banned in the hotels for 30 years. not officially, but anytime I call or having to like offer myself services and all that and my talent, they would always say, "Oh, we're full already," or you know, it's too late or it's too early, and you know, so I knew what was going on. And when I spoke then to a hotelier who was one of the board members, he told me yes, that they had a meeting, and yes, they agreed that I was not to play in any hotel property in the island because of that song. So I was banned. But then recently, I got some work in a couple of hotels, and when I say recently, I mean really recently, within the last 2 years, and where the pandemic struck, of course, that had to be curtailed, and I never went back since then, but I know they're resuming. And you're speaking to someone who was a director on the board of tourism itself, right? Back in 1985, I was one of the directors of the board of tourism. So I know the tourism thing inside out from a director perspective and from an artist perspective, from a visitor to the plants, you know, just to have a drink or to let a visitor see what it looks like. So the inside out of that business, I know. And so um, it has affected the whole Caribbean in an unbelievable way in terms of the economic blow that it dealt us. In some countries like Barbados, it caused the unemployment to drop, to rise, sorry, by as much as between 35 and 45%, because some islands depended on tourism to that extent. So, you know, on a personal level, I had to adjust. And so um, financially, of course, it would be a dent um, in your earnings or in your income. But again, you have to adjust. And I said to myself once, can you imagine 3, 4 years ago, and you told someone that Barbados or Jamaica or St. Lucia or Trinidad or any of our sister Caribbean islands can still be alive and moving and doing things with a 30, 40% drop in unemployment, they would say, no way that is possible. You know, everybody would panic and it would be this and that. And that did not occur at all. So from that perspective, I would say that I made the adjustment and helping
Great.
still, because it's, you know, you might not know, but I help other artists because I write for other artists. So some of the artists that you may have heard of, like Alison Hines or Blood or Ross Riley or Griner or, you know, TC or a lot of them. I was fortunate enough to have written songs for more than 100 other Barbadian artists. So I was able to look back at that work and say to myself, yes, I can make this adjustment. I can do things that will be beneficial, not just to me, but to other artists and to the country as a whole.
All right. I am so happy that you were able to rise above all of that. But are you now planning on educating the next generation of performers? And what would you say to them, encouraging them to follow their dreams, even as the pandemic is making everything a bit more challenging?
Well, the first thing I always say to a young person who aspires to be an artist, you have to practice. There's no shortcut to being an artist. Michelle would tell you that. You have to practice. I was fortunate to have studied theater, so I understand that part. I did folk music, I did calypso, I did reggae, I did jazz, did blues, did rock and roll. You know, I did what I call spiritual music or religious music or, you know, gospel music. So I understand all that and I write all of that. So for me, I would encourage a young person to focus and stay focused and don't be distracted or decide that it's a hobby. If you're getting into it as a hobby, forget it. You know,
All right.
you gotta, if you want to make a living from it, you can't look at it as a hobby. You have to look at it as a career. And you have
Thank
to remember that entertainment is the biggest industry in the world.
you.
And so it has entertainment lawyers, entertainment doctors, entertainment managers, directors, producers, cue people, songwriters, script writers, playwrights. It has everything in it. That's what makes it the biggest industry in the world, bigger than oil and all the others.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Carter, for sharing. And we do hope artists, performers, and entertainers take these recommendations into consideration going forward during and in a post-pandemic environment. Ladies and gentlemen, please be reminded to post your questions for Mighty Gabby in the chat as they will be addressed at the end of the session. For those who are watching via YouTube, please do the same. Excitingly, we also have with us here today Mr. David Bonner. Mr. Bonner is a seasoned marketer in the entertainment industry. He started his journey of marketing with the coordination of events while in secondary school. He later transcended into events management while studying marketing at the University of the West Indies, Mona, where he served on the CEAC committee and was integral in the planning of events such as UWI Carnival, Integration Thursdays, and more. Today, Bonner is having his own events with business partners of Soca Therapy Limited and is a full-time product manager in the fast-moving consumer goods industry. Mr. Bonner will be sharing with us the successes of having Soca Therapy Antiviral in a virtual environment and how the entertainment and event sector can pivot in the face of a medium to long-term pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. David Bonner.
Hi, afternoon, everyone. As Shaniel introduced, I'm David Bonner from Soca Therapy Limited. We are a registered company who have been hosting soca events for quite a few years. What I'll do in my presentation, a lot of the issues that were underlined by the previous speakers, Mighty Gabby and Miss Cox, so I think they're all applied to even the entertainment sector as it relates to events. So just to give a background about soca therapy. Can move to the next slide. Soca therapy is an event which is what we call a party in Jamaica. It's an outdoor event. Our last stage, and we got over 1,000 persons. We were planning, we met in the first part of this year, planning, hey, this is gonna be a big year. The reception from the last event was so good. People are looking forward to it. Then here came COVID, and we were like, oh, let's get back to the drawing board. So what came of that is that, of course, not by beyond any of our control, is that the government instituted that we won't be able to host outside events. Everybody's on a lockdown, nightly curfews. So we were thinking, how best could we adjust and be relevant at the same time and be able to satisfy the persons who have a grand interest in this event, whether they've been to one before or they plan on coming to one. Next slide. All right, so what we sat as a team, we decided, okay, we could not go outside. I mean, there was a craze at the time where you found that you had events online. I believe there was Versus that came on. You had a lot of persons who were doing live on Instagram, etc. And we decided that we would do an online party, as said here, which was birthed out of restrictions on entertainment events. In our planning and promoting of this event, we were able to garner sponsorship from liquor brands, and they supported us by way of giving products. It was such a great experience that we tied in a free delivery. So if you're at home, you could buy a 6-pack of beer and it would get delivered to you in time for the event, and everybody joined online. If you wanted to show your video, whatever it is, and you were in the chat. So it was a nice event. We had great reception and there were great learnings from this event. Next slide, please. So pivoting in what we call a medium to long-term pandemic. I have a friend who always says pivoting is the new read and write. In Jamaica, we talk about a read and write, which is a basic skill that you need to have. And pivoting is that new skill that we all will need, or we have all had to take on, given the quite abnormal times that we're in and the uncertainty of how long this thing would be. So in terms of events for the medium to long term, my view is that hybrid events is the way to pivot now. So if you're having a hybrid event is such that you have a small gathering. So say whatever country we're in, say that the rules are that no more than 50 people can gather. So if we were having an event with 50 people or 100 people, and I mean, this is dependable on how feasible it is financially, because for us hosting an event for 200 persons where we're renting a venue at a certain cost, paying a DJ at a certain cost, it was just not feasible. So even when there was a restriction, a laying down of the restriction or easing of the restriction where they gave the go ahead to the 200 persons, we were still hesitant, because when we did the math, it didn't make much sense. And I mean, a lot of sponsors would not at that time, after the losses out of COVID, they would not be putting that kind of monetary backing on events. I mean, there were more funding to market or to consumer activities that would give some instant kind of gratification, which would do instant offtake from shelf or wherever the outlet is. So what a hybrid is event, going back to hybrid, is where you have a smaller gathering, but you actually stream it. So we're having a party here now, or just like we're having this meeting. So if we had this meeting in a room and all the panelists were there and some guests, but then you have it a wider stream where people can virtually join the experience. And I mean, this is a way I believe in going forward, because, and this is for entertainment events in particular, for the medium term, more for me, but I mean, if we're able to do that, you're able to maintain brand equity, or able to maintain the interest of persons. You can even garner feedback in terms of what to do as we transition to what will hopefully will be, I don't like the term going back to normal, but yeah, going back to some semblance of what we were pre-COVID. Of course, we'd have to be redesigning events as it goes by. So if we're gathering a 50 or 100 persons, we definitely require all the protocols. I mean, our events so far have been cooler events, so we would maybe eliminate the bar aspect, which would have some amount of contact. We would have sanitizing stations, etc. All the necessary things. I think that is another thing that would be important.
Just to interject, Mr. Bonner, with the adjustments that you have made now, if the society was supposed to go back into a time without COVID, would you drop the adjustments to go back to what you knew before COVID, or would you find a way to integrate both ways of living?
I would integrate. I would definitely, and the reason for that is what COVID has done for us, or for me personally, but I'm speaking for the group, is that it opened up our eyes to, I mean, when you were keeping parties, we were more thinking about on the ground, who come in, this person knows this person, we're getting the ticket outlet there. But I mean, the COVID has forced us into a virtual thinking. So it makes sense if we're having an event and we're able to stream it. I'm not saying all events, but the bigger ones, we're able to stream it, persons are able to join. If it's a case where somewhere in the future where we're able to charge a small fee, I mean, out of that, and this leads into the third point I have as it relates to diversification. because out of doing antiviral, we thought what next. So what we were able to do was to sell merchandise. So if you have a global audience watching the thing, I mean, if you do shirts, branded, future leaders of tourism, so that was the name of your party, that kind of thing. You did caps, because you're building a fan base, you're building a community, something like a family, and they will support you. And that is how you have some feasibility in terms of balancing some way in terms of financially. So that is a definite thing to answer your question. That is something we would not want to quickly let go of, or even let go of in the long run. Next slide, please. Okay, and then in for the resilience going forward, so this answers the question you're asking also. So streaming of events, COVID or no COVID, my honest opinion is that we should try to leverage digital as we go forward. I mean, I don't know if a lot of persons have taken note of it, but what you realize now is that we have a lot of persons who are doing YouTube channels. You have a lot of persons who are doing influencer kind stuff. So people are finding ways to make income while asleep, because when you make that content and you leave it there, it actually, you're generating income when persons are asleep. When you are asleep and a person's in another part of the world are watching a video and that kind of a thing. So that is a way forward. I mean, of course, and I'm not going to be like, I pretend like I don't know, but in some cultures like Jamaica, it's a tough sell where you're able to convince people that, hey, to pay to come to a party online, which is why I suggested the merchandising. I mean, some cultural norms will take a bit of hard work and dedication in terms of shifting the gear, but it's something that I think we should hold on to in the event, say the worst happens and COVID ends first quarter next year, but 2 years down the line, there's another pandemic, which should not catch us off our feet as such. We should be able to quickly adjust, or we should have been in the lane that would have taken us smoothly through that. As I said again, the fan merchandising options and the virtual engagement. What the virtual aspect of events does is it gives us real time, or it gives us where you could take notations of what persons want, what persons think. I mean, it's like a ready survey versus if you had an event and 1,000 people came, but you didn't speak to any of them, so you didn't know what the feedback is. I mean, virtually people are more led to type how they feel. Hey, this was a good event. Hey, change the DJ next time, whatever the case is. So you're able to get feedback, and you're able to translate certain messages in a meaningful way that can garner some great outcome. So in grand, I would say COVID has impacted us greatly, especially the Jamaican entertainment sector. And it's not just the persons who keep events. It stems from, it starts from the man who sells the regular at the gate to the person, the security guard who searches you on entry at the event, the lady that cleans the bathroom. I don't think we really know what that dollar fall off is, but it's a great fall off. But it's something that we have to pivot and plan our way forward, hopefully to get back to some kind of a norm very soon, but maintaining the steps that would make us resilient somewhat in the future to come. Thanks.
All right, Mr. Bonner, thank you so much for sharing with us on how to adjust and integrate during the COVID-19 pandemic. I wish you all the best with your events in the entertainment sector. So I'm taking a look at the chat. Please remember, ladies and gentlemen, if you have questions for any of the panelists, you can, of course, place your questions in the chat. Question for Mrs. Michelle Cox. Do you think the theater industry will survive post-pandemic? Could you also give a reason behind your answer, please?
Oh, absolutely. It's going to survive. And I think largely because as long as there is life, there is theater. We are by nature storytellers. And every time we tell a story, that's a form of theater. If you're thinking of the commercial theater scene, um, I definitely think it's going to survive simply because people are experimenting across the region. Um, we had a production on Saturday that was I can only call it an international production because there were actors from Barbados, actors from Jamaica, actors based in the US, actors based in Canada, all performing on Zoom. Um, I do think the major challenge is going to be how do we monetize it, but I know that the producers have been thinking about that as well. Because obviously every jurisdiction is going to have their particular policies in terms of virtual banking systems. And so, for instance, in Barbados, I think if you're using a PayPal format, sometimes we have to wait about a month before the funds actually transition to our accounts because that's the jurisdiction that we're in. But we are all exploring, we're experimenting. I know a lot of people were saying, oh no, theater's gonna die, we have no more theater. I don't think theater is going to die. I think that it's exactly what David was saying just now. We're going to pivot. We are going to pivot. We are going to turn around. We're going to find solutions because theater practitioners for centuries have been doing it. We have had theater through world wars. We've had theater through other pandemics. I was not alive to see any of them, but I am alive to say that based on the history I've read, we've survived throughout it all. Um, theater has survived through what some people refer to as the dark ages of European theater history, where there was no theater for nearly 1,500 years. No theater, formal theater, but certainly theater is not gonna crash and burn anytime soon. I don't think. I think we have a lot of practitioners now, especially the young ones who are coming up and are very au fait with the technology. Um, we're going to do well. We're going to come out of this. We are going to, I like that word, David, so I'm going to keep using it. We are going to pivot. We are going to pivot. We are going to adjust, and we are going to continue to produce theater in all its many forms. And we're going to find a way to get through the challenges that we're facing now. Yes, Nathan, we will survive. Theater is life. Um, and as long as there is life, we are going to have theater. That's my take on it.
We are so happy that the pandemic, while it's taking lives, it hasn't taken away entertainment from us. So we are so happy to hear that. I have a question
Absolutely.
for Gabby. Gabby, are you hearing me? I have a question for you as well that our viewers would like to know.
Hello?
Okay, perfect. Has there ever been trend towards international collaboration for music now that the internet has become a focus for communication?
Has there ever been
A trend towards international collaboration for music now that the internet has become a focus for communication?
well, the internet has become a focus for communication for maybe about 20 years or so now, at least. And there was always collabs, what the artists refer to as collabs, where a reggae artist would go with a soca artist, or a reggae artist would go with a pop or rock or top 40 artist. This has been going on for at least the last 2, 3 decades. And this decade and in this pandemic will be no different. We have had people coming here to Barbados to do stuff with, say, Alison Hines and Peter Ram going into Trinidad to do stuff with Trinidadian artists and vice versa. So we expect, and those are only two of many names that come to mind quickly. So we expect a continuum here. We expect to see artists working with each other, um, and finding ways to more or less to have the music do cross fertilization. If you have that cross fertilization, it is good for all the genres of the music. And obviously, even in this pandemic, the artists are creative, so they will find ways in which they can collab with each other and enhance the music or enhance uh, the cultures of whether it be North American or Caribbean or African or whatever. There's going to be, like I said before, that linking or linkages that will occur in the theater, in the performing arts, in art, in drawing, in sculpture, in so many different in dance. I've seen it happen in dance already, where we had Cuban dancers uh, doing collabs with Barbadian dancers. Barbadians going to Cuba to study certain dance moves and stuff like that. And you know, in terms of pan and stuff like that, you have artists from all over the world, even European artists going into Trinidad to learn to play pan. And this has happened even during the pandemic. So we expect that to continue and to continue in a very vibrant manner.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gabby. I have a question for Mr. Bonner. Mr. Bonner, are you hearing me?
I am.
Okay, great. The fact that Road March is the prominent carnival event in Jamaica, what is your input on how to readjust to the new norm with social distancing?
That one is I'll be honest. As it relates to Carnival, and this is my personal view, so you can hold it just to David Bonner. Carnival on a cultural and Carnival on a matter of size, the size scale, is not something I can imagine social distancing being a norm for, given what Carnival is. And knowing the ins of what it took, like when we did the Carnival, what it takes produce Carnival in terms of the cost. I mean, you will definitely need a great number of persons involved or playing mass, for better words, for it to make sense. I mean, or you'd be throwing away money as event organizers. So in reality, I don't see social distancing being something that is practical for Carnival. What I do believe though in terms of Carnival is that most persons or the event organizers for such are waiting for some semblance of what you call getting rid of this virus, whether by way of a vaccine or therapeutics, what it is. But I mean, that is one anomaly in the case of entertainment. And I mean, I even saw, even outside of Carnival, where you have like the big Rotterdam festivals, those have been able to go online. I mean, in terms of you can watch a performance online. I would watch Michelle online or Beres online or Jacure online, but the experience of you paying the money to get a costume, to play mass with your friends, I don't see Carnival fitting in the context of present COVID and 6 feet apart. That's hard, and especially when liquor is involved, if we're being honest.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Bonner. So thank you so much to our panelists, and I wish you all the best with tackling the COVID-19 pandemic in this entertainment sector. And this concludes our program, the COVID-19 pandemic and the next normal for the Caribbean entertainment sector. I hope that we are able to clear up any uncertainties that you may have had about the happenings and the future of the entertainment industry. Hopefully, this webinar has really shown you the next normal for the COVID-19 entertainment sector, and that there is really a future for entertainment in COVID-19. Please stay tuned for other events being held today, the 25th through the 27th, as some lucky persons will have the opportunity of winning prizes in our closing ceremony on the 27th in our Wheel of Fortune. Thank you so much, everyone. All the best. So tune in at 4 p.m. for the next Carnival segment. More questions about the future of Carnival will be addressed there.
Thank you, Ms. Mackenzie. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alicia Awthorne, and I am one of the administrative personnel who works in putting this event together. I would like to take this time on behalf of my team, all the future leaders of tourism and Mona School of Business and Management, to thank our moderator, Ms. Shanil Mackenzie, our speakers, Mr. Anthony Carter, also known as Gabby, Ms. Michelle Hinkson-Cox, and Mr. David Bonner, our many sponsors, and our audience who made this event a success. We thank you.
You are welcome, and all the best with your week's activities. It was a great event.
Tourism Mona would like to thank our sponsors, the Jamaican Tourist Board, Linkages, the Ministry of Tourism, Dream Weekend, Decor Owens Blinds and Shades, Henra Music Production, The Pawn Shop Outlet, J Dragon Wholesale and Retail, Igonics, Young Entrepreneurs Association, and Styles FM 96. We thank you.
Sunshine smiling warm up inside your heart, feeling of pure love. Oh, Jamaican heartbeat, dancing to the beat. Up inside your heart, heartbeat of the world. Oh, Jamaican heartbeat, Jamaican heartbeat. Jamaica. Can you feel it? Jamaican heartbeat, heartbeat of the world, beyond compare, nothing like it anywhere. Share, eat and drink, we move and dance with you, no matter where you are, no matter where you're from, join in the party. You're welcome, you're welcome.
So me say greetings, welcome to one and all, to the land of scat, reggae and dancehall. Here we go beach, river and waterfall, and we have a lot of party when the night fall. Hold a vibe, eat something with a drink in your hand, rum beer, jerk chicken, roast fish, yellow yam. Them say we beat unique, so every boy, every girl come to Jamaica, the heartbeat of the world.
Jamaican heartbeat,
Jamaica.
can you feel it? Jamaican heartbeat, heartbeat of the world. you by any means, baby. I'm here for you, are you ready to live your dreams, baby? The love you have for me made me know you're a queen, lady. Absolute, she know just what a king needs. That's why she get what she received lately. Candlelit in this fireplace nights, stress relief. Every beautiful melody of hers is the best to me. All I want to do is treat you right. All I want to do is treat you right, baby. All I want to do is treat you right. All I want to do is treat you right, baby. All I want to do is treat you right. We'll go through struggles to love you by any means, baby. I'm here for you, are you ready to live your dreams, baby? The love you have for me made me know you're a queen, lady. Absolute, she know just what a king needs. That's why she get what she received lately. Candlelit in this fireplace nights, stress relief. Every beautiful melody of hers is the best to me.
Feel the buzz, feel the vibe, feel it in your heart.
Sunshine smiling warm up inside your heart. Feeling of pure love. Oh, Jamaican heartbeat. Dancing to the beat up inside your heart. Heartbeat of the world. Oh, Jamaican heartbeat. Jamaican heartbeat.
Jamaica.
Can you feel it? Jamaican heartbeat.
Love it.
Heartbeat of the world. Beyond compare. Nothing like it anywhere. Share, eat and drink. We move and dance with you. No matter where you are. No matter where you're from. Join in the party. You're welcome. You're welcome.
So me say greetings, welcome to one and all, to the land of ska, reggae and dancehall. Here we go beach, river and waterfall, and we have a lot of party when the night fall. Hold a vibe, eat something with a drink in your hand, rum beer, jerk chicken, roast fish, yellow yam. Them say we beat unique, so every boy, every girl come to Jamaica, the heartbeat of the world.
Jamaican heartbeat.
Jamaica.
Can you feel it? Jamaican heartbeat. Heartbeat of the world.
Feel the buzz, feel the vibe, feel it in your heart.
Sunshine smiling warm up inside your heart. Feeling of pure love. Oh, Jamaican heartbeat. Dancing to the beat up inside your heart. Heartbeat of the world. Oh, Jamaican heartbeat. Jamaican heartbeat.
Jamaica.
Can you feel it? Jamaican heartbeat.
Love it.
Heartbeat of the world. Beyond compare. Nothing like it anywhere. Share, eat and drink. We move and dance with you. No matter where you are. No matter where you're from. Join in the party. You're welcome. You're welcome.
So me say greetings, welcome to one and all, to the land of ska, Gap, reggae and dancehall. Here we go beach, river and waterfall, and we have a lot of party when the night fall. Hold a vibe, eat something with a drink in your hand. Rum beer, jerk chicken, roast fish, yellow yam. Them say we beat unique, so every boy, every girl come to Jamaica, the heartbeat of the world. Jamaican heartbeat, Jamaica. Can you feel it? Jamaican heartbeat, heartbeat of the world. Them say they love we, but that I see them. Get where them want to switch it up already. Them not go try we out on no not today. It not so easy to get the energy. God blessings fire anywhere where we dey. A good with everybody. No, they have to say. Hey, woman them royal, soldier them loyal, casual or formal, them selling no normal. So them immortal, yeah, more than a jawful, yeah. With them awful, we kill and lawful, and we not stopping, no. Man a time for no stoplight, man a travel at top speed. But this are the top flight, this are the big league. So every 8 bar or 16 is a big deal. Food for your thought on a kid's meal. Package it proper, it been sealed. Recipe of a master. The boy they can't boil water. Cooking up a recipe a disaster. That are the reason, this are my season. Them my degrees are torture. Grab the charger, different peaks. So regular people now walk at. Me I compete with my past self. That is what making me sharper. Look how we achieve every quarter. Then before we make a quarter. Always have heart, so when times hard, we pick up and we go harder. None of my people not starve, yeah. Me have the world in my palm, take it and bring it a yard, yeah. Them say they love we, but that guy ain't see them. Get where they want to switch it up already. Them not go try we out on no today. It not so easy to drain the energy. God blessings follow anywhere where we dey. A good with everybody. No, they have to say. The Pantagita, reggae the top of the market. If there is ever a problem, listen to the album and that go dissolve it. We are tired clean where you said I can. When I go with the flow, we are head height. Sevilla will it down like a Jedi. Couple souls, couple days, pan the roads in a bed and the dancers come in, pan a red eye roll. Cerebral flow in my head I go. Try reach me no, but my cell line slow. I keep it low, it's like where I go. Try teach me how, but I said I know. People know me like you like hope and I need to know premise when I show. I collect my dough, do my thing and go. No, when you say hello pronto, the world auto, them want moto. Touchdown UK, sell out show. Few minister
culture, we get some vote. A regular, we have to transit to airport. And I because we outstanding to airport. Couldn't forget where me belong, me to engross. And if me ever drop a song, dig it reinforce. Yeah, strong like a tonic. Be the drum and they play the harmonica. Dig it down the baddest on the planet. Supersonic, tougher than a granite.
We are professor, them are the janitor. Oppressor, them are pretend and panic, so we don't see the difference of the caliber. No less than a caliber, we traffic automatic, say apart.
Them say they love we, but that I see them. Get where them want to switch it up already. Them not go try we out on no today. It's not so easy to change the energy. Now blessings follow anywhere when we dance. A good with everybody. No, they have to say. Them say them long way.
I see them looking all around, far and far around, every country, every town, calling for the sound, searching where can it be found. Let them know I got it down, and it's right here underground. Hey. Mind of a king, hearts of the street. Can't get me paro with the thoughts of defeats. When them want catch me speed, better mark it me reach. Laugh when them forward with sorcery feet. So because of the cause in a thoughts of retreat. Swore that I lost if the boss disappeared. So me forward with all of the cards in my speech. Yard or abroad, never pardon the peace. When you see we don't play, it's when they gon' say you want take a piece, but that's when we won't hate. That's when you gon' see it's already too late. And all you create blow up all in your face. So I set my own table, make my own space. You want take a place, better start with your grace. Cause I've seen them break all the rules. So even when they win, they lose, and that's true. I see them looking all around, far and far around, every country, every town, calling for the sound, searching where can it be found. Let them know I got it now, and it's right here underground. Hey. I do this for my culture, for my heritage. Gram Speed, Morgan and my relatives. Oh, they robbed my mommy in the 70s. Not a cent, not dollar, not a benefit. So how you been ask me if me ready fit? I was mastering craft and it developing. And I made up my mind, it was the time look alright. Then in a eye tell her I will never make it slip. So how me be calm when me see felonies? You created a storm without no remedy. Every morning me rise out of my bed precise. And on my head I reciting what I read in it. I know I'm just writing this for therapy. I just make it a song, I got the melodies. So not be legacy, since I got the beats. Let them put this on repeat, people need it out the street, yeah. I see them looking all around, far and far around, every country, every town, calling for the sound, searching where can it be found. Let them know I've got it now, and it's right here underground. Hey. Yeah.
don't learn. No trouble on the day all day. No, we don't learn. But we always gotta take the hard way. No, we don't learn. Alright, times get tough again. Break down the butter then. No, this me not handgun and long right with the buffer then. The streets now no governing. It's a free for all, can't get Your body clean, girl, you are a queen. LTIG, want you for me team, want you for me team. The way she move her body, I'm making me want it. I can't tell nobody, she making me so honey. Cause when she roll a bumper, a finger on the nanny. Girl, just take me number, take your phone and call me. Tell one of your friends, I'll link up with me chargy. We locking down the dance hall, ramming up the party. The party, baby, Mr. Rock and come in. I mean, I done pull it like and come in. Whoa, party car, stop and come in. How they ready to rock and come in, rock and come in. I mean, I done pull it like and come in. Whoa, party car, stop and come in. How they ready to rock and your body clean, girl, you are a queen. LTIG, want you for me team, want you for me team.
plenty away. Micro-owners empty away. The band that we have is unbreakable for the long term. It's not temporary. Stands up. If you love family, show me your hand if it is one away. Come follow me, cause technically all the way as well. Well, let me tell you one time. Family is family and that different from bloodline. Some say them is blood, but them don't want to see the sunshine. Family don't ever afraid to have your back at all time. Tell them and their friend. We frontin' with we family. With me family. When we come to play, we mash up and come and dance we like a hammer. Everybody jump it up together. should make you stronger. So my problems is like steroids, boy. I get my doses from all kinds of sources, and all of them still can't kill me now. You see, as them sink me under high flow, ride out the storm, them just like a boat. So as the box me down, so I get up. They have to wonder how others get up, and every crack I see, I just see through. And by the help of God, I just get through. I just won't stop. I feel like hope. Move any mountain, I trample any building like Hulk. Man better than monster, dismantle any structure, boy. Trample them, trample them, trample them, trample them. Rip up my shot and mash up my jeans and step on my problems. Then what we gonna do? Trample them, trample them, trample them. Kick out them, kick out my problems, kick out my problems. Trials and testings does come before blessings, but we have to be patient, yeah. Weeping and mourning in the night, but joy in the morning. But we just have to endure. You see, God, the way no night long, so you don't really need to lie down. Them say what was around comes right back around. I go wait until my time come. So from sun up straight to sunset, you could catch I bust in a sweat. I must time out. I feel like hope. Move any mountain, I trample any building like Hulk. Man better than monster, dismantle any structure, boy. Trample them, trample them, trample them, trample them. Rip up my shot and bust up my jeans and step on my problems. Then what we gonna do? Trample them, trample them, trample them. Kick out them, kick out my problems, kick out my problems. You see, the Most High never give us more than we can bear, but He give us the strength and the will and the power and the courage to handle our problems through Him. So on the count of 4, I want everybody step on their problems. 1, 2, 3, 4. Trample them, trample them, trample them, trample them. Manhandle them, manhandle them, dismantle them, dismantle them. Trample them, trample them, trample them. Kick out them, kick out their problems, kick out their problems. So as they sink you under, you float. Ride out the storm, them just like a boat. So as they push you down, so you get up. They have to wonder how you just get up. And every crack you see, you just see through. And by the help of God, you will get through. Now everybody stop. I feel like hope. Viking. Just now. Take a chip, take a chip, take a chip, take a chip now. Hey. Shake it, hip, shake it, hip, shake it, hip, shake it, hip, wow. We are the sound of 100,000 coming on the road. We are the vibration that you feel when the music loads. We are the mud and the oil and we come the dirty of the clothes. Hey.
you be love? Could you be love?
Jamaica, heartbeat of the world. Let's go.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The future leaders of the tourism, in conjunction with the Mona School of Business and the Trinidad and Tobago Association, Mona, welcome you to Revamping Caribbean Tourism. This afternoon, I am excited to be a moderator for this segment of the conference under the crucial theme, Saving Carnival in a Post-COVID Environment. We would like to begin by thanking our sponsors, the Jamaica Tourist Board, the Tourism Linkages Network, Dream Entertainment, the Pawn Shack Outlet, Hera Music, Ignotics, Decor, Awnings, Blinds, and Shades, the Young Entrepreneurs Association, and the Dre Dragon Wholesale and Retail. Special mention must be given to Styles FM 96.1. We would also like to acknowledge the Events Management Course Lecturer, Miss Benny Watson, and other specially invited guests. Prior to the COVID-19, Carnival has been credited for contributing significantly to development of the Caribbean region. The Carnival seasons have been increasingly anticipated, has had a series of successful events that have contributed significantly to the accommodation sector, the aviation sector, and the experience of the tourism product. Visitor arrivals, visitor expenditures, and hotel bookings are proven to have escalated around the Carnival period each year. But as seen in this COVID-19 era, the entertainment industries across the Caribbean are being faced with great economic impact as Carnival has been postponed for this year, 2020. In fact, in many Caribbean countries, especially Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago, where Carnival is greatly celebrated, the entertainment industry has come to a complete halt. So, as the Carnival stakeholders continue to cope with the impacts of the pandemic and prepare for the phased reopening of the industry, the Events Management class of 2020 decided that it is an important time for this discussion as a part of their role as future leaders of the entertainment industry. Carnival is a pertinent component of the Caribbean culture and tourism products, and therefore we want to assess how Carnival, a major sector, can pivot from the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Today, we have some exciting and knowledgeable presenters from within the Carnival sector. But before I introduce them, please let me introduce myself. My name is Hessie Thomas Benoit. I'm a marketing project manager and the former UWI Mona Gill Cultural and Entertainment Affairs Chairwoman. Firstly, we have Mr. Chieftain Campbell, the Marketing and Sales Manager of the Dream Entertainment Limited, and he will be presenting on the topic, the return of Carnival, revamped, reshaped, and restored. We also have Mr. Nell Ford, a fashion designer based in Trinidad, who will be presenting on navigating the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the Carnival industry, an artist's perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, it is really an important time for these presentations. And before we get into them, I ask that you please place all your questions and comments in the chat and use the raise hand feature in the question and answer segment. Now, at this time, I would like to introduce our first presenter for today, Mr. Chieftain Campbell. Mr. Chieftain Campbell has managed and marketed a number of events within the entertainment industry, such as Sosa, Strictly 2K, Strictly Addy, Unruly Wednesday, and Soca Forever. Mr. Campbell attended Wilmers High School and the University of the West Indies, Mona. He was previously a journalist at the Jamaica Observer and brand manager at the Wasenko Group Limited. Mr. Campbell is currently the sales and marketing manager at Dream Entertainment Limited, which is Jamaica's leading entertainment tourism company. Let me make a warm welcome, and let us make a warm welcome. Over to you, Mr. Campbell.
Hello? Am I on? No,
Hi,
certainly.
Chieftain. Hearing you loud and clear. We're hearing you.
Okay, great. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Chelsea. I am so happy to be here to have this discussion with the events management class. You are very right. Actually, the entertainment industry has been hit really hard with the, you know, because of COVID-19. It's been, and I mean, we expected that once it became a pandemic, that would be the situation. It would impact the industry, and it would impact it negatively. We've seen borders closed, flights not being able to come in. You know, economies are getting rot because, you know, not much foreign exchange is coming in to the countries. You know, people losing their jobs because of it, and it's at that point, after a few weeks or a few months, and you know, after a few weeks we sort of, you know, we're hopeful that eventually the, you know, the shutdown would ease and we'd be back to normal in a few weeks, you know, and then after a while we were hopeful that it would be normal in a few months, and well, you know, obviously that didn't come to pass. But you know, the entertainment industry in the Caribbean and in Jamaica in particular is really important, and for there to be, for us to understand how important it is, we just have to look at how of what's happened before, um, you know, the shutdown, everything that happened before leading up to the shutdown, where Carnival in Jamaica is concerned. You know that Carnival is really a government, you know, initiative. The government actually invests a lot of money into in the Carnival because of its strength, because of it's such a powerful product that um, they want to see it grow, they want to see it live. And I think when I hear or when I see people talking about the unimportance of, you know, entertainment, I imagine that it's because a lot of people, or these people, don't necessarily understand how important it is, you know, for not just the culture but for the economy. It's so much so that even our tourism minister, you know, the government is so invested that they want to invest more into to pushing our entertainment, to pushing Carnival in particular in Jamaica. And I mean, you know, Minister Honorable Ed Bartlett even requested more investment in this. I just want to just shed some light on the importance of Carnival in Jamaica. When we look at the tourism and the tourist board, they estimate that about 236, well, people who come to Jamaica, they spend about $236 US dollars per day during the carnival season. And we're talking about, you know, an average of 5 days, with 34% of that being on accommodation. We're talking about, for the entire period from 2017, between 2017 to 2018, that's about 2.2 billion US dollars, you know, that the economy, you know, receives from people who come here during the carnival season. Now we're looking at multiplying the average that is spent by everybody who comes here, the number of days that they spend here, then we can now understand the economic value that this period, that this product has. The Ministry of Tourism outlined that just 2019, the visitors from Normandy alone would have been about, well, they experienced a 19% increase in visitors from between 2016 and 2018, from 14,000 to 16,000 people during that period alone. And that is just, it is amazing when you think about how just does that the effect that Carnival has is no longer just a cultural value, it's of major economic value. And we can talk about tourism aside, talk about Carnival itself for Jamaica, as you know, the value of entertainment. Carnival, the money that's spent on Carnival, and this is the revenue that the government earns from Carnival, is estimated at 4.5 billion Jamaican dollars, right? And this is what we would have missed in 2020. And that is one of it's probably the biggest earner as it relates to the formal entertainment industry in Jamaica. Carnival is extremely big. And so we have to look at the importance of Carnival in Jamaica, and what it means to the country and the people of the country. And then, you know, find ways to create platforms for this to happen, ways for this to happen. In terms of the formal entertainment industry, the truth is, we can all understand why the government and various governments would have made the decision to shut down the different sectors, entertainment sectors, you know, close borders. We definitely understand it. As it relates to events in particular, the truth of the matter is that there's absolutely no data suggesting that events itself causes any super spreader spike in COVID-19 cases, and certainly not in Jamaica. The sector has been closed and for a while, and the numbers are still going up. So really and truly, we have to now block our minds from, okay, let's just stop entertainment, and now find ways to mitigate the risk of having the events, having such a big earner for the economy. What we do have evidence for is that, what we've seen is that indoor spaces, you know, office spaces and, you know, etc., actually do prove to be super spreaders of the virus. The problem though is, and I think it's a mental thing, it's how we think, that when we hear the word entertainment, it doesn't sound serious. It doesn't sound like a serious commodity, and that is the problem with the sector right now. With even how we think, it doesn't sound serious. It sounds, and the truth is, entertainment is a luxury or a leisure. It's not necessarily an essential service, you know, in the grand scheme of things. However, when you have an industry that provides numerous jobs for hundreds or maybe thousands of people, you have to now think about what is exactly is essential. People are losing their jobs. Those people who lose their jobs won't be able to afford the essential services. Yeah, that now, outside of losing the economic value of entertainment and Carnival, you are now losing a workforce, so to speak. We're losing valuable people who now cannot afford to actually do basic things that they don't usually do. You know, I've heard of situations where people in the industry, various people who are affiliated, they're not necessarily event organizers, but I mean, we're talking about extensions of the business, whether they are a vendor. You know, there are people who cannot send them children to school now because there are no events. You know, just things like that. So even and we'd have no issue with the curfews whatsoever, curfews that are imposed. But even with the curfews, I believe that in these times, as I said, nothing that we do right now will mitigate 100% of the risk. However, you know, it will do a lot. It will mitigate a lot of risk. So the curfew is one way of doing so, and we have no issue with it. We just believe that in this time, now that we've seen the effect, now that we've seen what we've lost, now that we've seen how we can maneuver, we can keep the curfews and have events up until that time, give people some time to go home. It will send people back to work. It will put more money in the economy. We've now left the borders open. We're allowing people to come in, and they've put measures in place to mitigate the risk of people bringing COVID into the country. But at the same time, nothing is 100% foolproof.
Right.
You know, I think it's the same similar measures that we need to apply to the entertainment industry. As to where we go from here, recently, I mean, well, very, very recently, the government has announced that a vaccine will be available for 10% of the population initially, which is perhaps around 270,000 people.
Right.
And that vaccine is based on the expert advice that they've received from the WHO and the FDA. So they very, very soon, I believe before the year ends, they actually want to start getting those out. There's a vaccine committee that is being formed right now to you know, basically form out, okay, how do we distribute the vaccines, who do we give these vaccines to? And I'm sure they're going to do their best to give it to the persons they consider most essential right now.
Right.
But eventually, a vaccine will be available for basically everybody to have. So the options are coming out now. We just needed some time. And as it relates to Carnival, even with a vaccine, we understand that people are going to be skeptical.
Right.
You know, people are always going to be skeptical because, you know, there's an opinion that the vaccine might have been rushed. You know, but then I also look at the fact that over the years, there have been a lot of technological advances. And so comparing a vaccine that was made many years ago, to right now, it's technically unfair based on the fact that many advancements have been made in science since. So it's an option that the government believes is viable, and that people can actually look into. When COVID just started, there was an issue with testing, and so there are many challenges with the testing. And as I said, time allows technological and scientific advancement. So now we also have we have the option of rapid testing,
Right.
which makes it easier for people and more cost effective for people to get tested. The truth is, because of the skepticism, how Carnival will look in 2021, and I'm saying that optimistically because I have no reason to believe that there's no indication that events won't resume in 2021. Really.
Right.
But even with the skepticism, because of skepticism, we might see fewer numbers on the road. There are some people obviously still afraid to go outside. Some people not necessarily wanting to take certain risks. But as I said, there was a period where we were allowed to have events with a certain amount of numbers, and using and abiding by the government protocols, the COVID-19 protocols. And during that time, no evidence to suggest that events are directly linked to COVID-19. Right. So and this is entertainment on a formal level, as formal as it can be. People who abide by the protocols. And the truth is, organizers aside, what's important and what we need to understand now also is that it is more than just the organizers doing what they're supposed to do, because the core participants of the industry are us. The people the patrons, the ones who go to the events to enjoy themselves, who don't necessarily like the social distancing. It's really the core participants are going to be very important in how we look going forward, in abiding by the protocols, whatever protocols that are put in place to mitigate the risk. These participants are going to be very important in how we look in 2021, in curbing the spread. We have to abide by the rules. Once they let us out, we miss it. We want to get back to normal, but there are steps that we have to take to get back to normal. And so our patrons, are going to be very important, not just by agreeing to come outside or spending the money to come outside, but abiding by the rules of being outside. It's like we've tried a number of things. As I said in the beginning, the testing was a challenge. I got tested negative today and come in contact with people tomorrow. And then a couple of days later, I have COVID. Temperature checks are useless in tracking asymptomatic spreaders. So in this way, we still have to abide by the protocols that are put in place. Less numbers on the road may not be a bad thing. The bottom line, of course, it will affect the bottom line, but it will also increase confidence, especially if there's a corona-free carnival. It will increase confidence, and it's a step in the right direction, in a direction to restore a product that we love so much, And so now that we have the vaccine or the option of the vaccine. Now that we have the option of rapid testing, which it's like 15 minutes to get your results, you know, we as the patrons have the responsibility now to make a choice to do the right things, follow the protocol so that we are not spreaders and so that we don't contract the virus either. And so that we are able to be around each other and have fun with each other and revel like we usually do 8, 9, 10 months ago. You know, nothing that they will come out with, nothing, absolutely nothing. And I want to make this clear, absolutely nothing will mitigate all risk. It will not. However, there is a way that we can, I mean, as I said, with the introduction of the vaccine and the rapid testing, it's difficult, but Carnival 2021 is very, very much achievable and very, very much alive. It's just a way for us to get it together. Both the stakeholders of the entertainment industry and the government. Right now, actually, there are plans that are being presented, formally presented to the government, and the stakeholders in the entertainment industry and the government are working together because, as I said, Carnival is not just a cultural thing. Entertainment is no longer simply cultural. It's no longer just fun. It's something that we all need to accept widely. It's not just fun. It's a great economic earner. It has great economic value to the governments, not just Jamaica. And so we have to look at it in a broader scale and not just as a go to a party list of music dance. It affects us all. And so I am actually happy that the government understands this because Carnival is a government initiative. And so I'm glad that they understand this. We just need to spread the message that the entertainment industry is very important for our countries, for our futures. And we have to be able to instead of bashing it or doing away with it because it doesn't directly affect your life, understand that it affects other
Real lives, right?
Right. And there are always going to be negative impacts from not having an industry that creates so much opportunity for people and so much income for our government. And so with the plans that are being presented to the government, we believe that these plans will see a proper reshape for Carnival. I don't believe that it will be exactly how we've experienced it before. There will be some concessions that we'll have to make, both as event organizers and as patrons. But as I said, it's a step in the right direction, and it is the beginning of something that is going to be beautiful, because Carnival, if anybody who's ever jumped Carnival anywhere knows how amazing the product is. Speaking from a patron perspective, just how amazing that product is. You can only see it that way. On the other side, you get to see the numbers of people that come into our country, the number of foreign exchange that is coming into the country, everything that we gain from having this product, because they come here for this product. I mean, make no mistakes about it. People, they come here, they come to the Caribbean, they come to Jamaica, they come to Trinidad for this product. We have to, as a people, value this product. And we have to do our part individually and collectively to ensure that this product is kept alive. And so going forward, really and truly, I know 2021 won't be the same, but eventually we will get back. And I don't want to even say get back, but we will be, Carnival is going to be so much more of a stronger brand and a stronger product than we've ever imagined. Once we get back to normal, we just have to take the necessary steps. We have to put our best foot forward and make the right step first, and we'll get there for sure.
Right. Thank you, Chieftain. I must say, I must echo some of the sentiments that you shared, especially as, you know, the former girl CC, I would have really had my own little heartbreak with Carnival being postponed, because, you know, Carnival was postponed, and then, of course, I'm from Trinidad, so I grew up with Carnival. I'm a Carnival baby, as I would tell my friends, and definitely even hearing that Carnival has been shut down for next year in Trinidad has still breaking my heart, even though
that hurt me too, and I wasn't Trinidad.
Yeah, right. So I mean, I definitely understand what you're saying. I definitely agree with the points surrounding that, you know, especially working in the entertainment industry. COVID-19 has definitely impacted us, and it's definitely, you know, resulted in has really taken a revenue earner. And I mean, you said it yourself, it's one thing to be a reveler on a Patreon, but it's another thing to be behind the scenes when it comes to costume, when it comes to drinks, when it comes to the bar, when it comes to security. And this whole work, it's really an avenue for persons and directors of the bands themselves to earn. So, you know, I definitely agree with the sentiment.
Being a part of the industry, I've seen firsthand exactly what it's done negatively to the impact of Corona. I've seen it firsthand, what it's done, and the people, just the everyday people who we meet, because I've been doing events for a number of years, and being on the road, being everywhere, I've seen and I met a lot of people who, and they'll tell you, I know events, let's just say small events. I mean, Carnival aside, that there are vendors who come out every night to work so that their children can go to school. And now that children are being homeschooled, for, you know, so to speak, learning from home, you know, it sounds easy. It sounds okay. It sounds, well, you know, we're home, but it's not easy to be at home learning.
Yeah, definitely.
Not especially for young children. You know, a lot of parents want to send their children to school. We think that because, well, you know, they don't have to spend money to do this, but there are way more activities that take place when you're home, when the children are home all day.
Right.
You know, that they have to look into. So it is a lot of people have been impacted negatively, and it's something that we've seen, and the government knows. It's not like they don't know. They understand, and they accept that certain things need to be put in place so that we can have a successful 2021.
Definitely. Thank you, Chieftain. All right. So thank you again, Chieftain, for, you know, your inputs. I now would like to bring on Miss Janelle Ford, known as Jen Ford, who's a Trinidadian and founder of J Angelic Clothing, co-owner of Vida, Barbados, and VXE Crop Over Band. Miss Ford has earned a Bachelor of Science degree in Sociology and a Master of Science degree in Development Statistics, and has been empowering women through fashion for the past 8 years. Miss Ford pioneered the concept of Carnival Monday Wear collection and has emerged as the premier fetwear designer as her designs dominate the social media landscape during the Carnival period. In the costume design world, Miss Ford's 2015 Marshall Montano Flying Stars design in Barbados, her 2017 Firebird Vida design in Barbados, and the 2019 Acela Vida design in Exodus in Jamaica Carnival are her most highly recognized costumes. She also has entrepreneurial interests, and she has developed the project Mango Sugar, which is an interior and home collection. Miss Ford intends to leave an indelible mark on entrepreneurship, design, and innovation. Please welcome Miss Ford.
To reposition this. Good evening. Okay, here we go. All right. Good evening. Thank you, Miss Chelsea Thomas Benoit. Good evening, Chieftain Campbell. A special good evening to Miss Benny Watson. She's a lecturer at the University of the West Indies, Mona campus. Good evening as well to all the specially invited guests and all the attendees present. My name is Janelle Jin Ford. Most people know me as Jin. I am a full-time fashion designer. I specialize in women's wear, that's lifestyle and fet wear. In 2015, I delved into the world of Carnival. I mean, besides growing up, I'm actually from Barbados. I was born in Barbados, and my mother is Trinidadian, my father's Barbadian. So I moved to Trinidad to complete university. Besides growing up in the world of Carnival and crop over, I actually delved professionally into Carnival when the government of the British Virgin Islands actually approached me to design costumes for their carnival. Their carnival is a very young carnival, so they wanted to kind of have a good, a different impression and kind of convince people from the BVI that, okay, carnival is the way to go. We designed some costumes for them. We actually won best costumes that year. Notably, Marshall Montano, he would have reached out to me in 2015. That's when we were part of a band in Barbados, and we designed the costume that year in Barbados. Subsequent to that, in 2016, myself and my cousin Ryan Ford and a couple other partners, we started Vida Barbados. So Vida Barbados is actually a premium section which we carry across the Caribbean. And well, 2020 was the year we were supposed to do the most number of carnivals in our time. So we would have had Jamaica Carnival, St. Lucia Carnival, Crop Over Barbados, St. Vincent, Grenada, and well, Miami. So from there as well, the partners in Barbados, we teamed up with one of the biggest entertainment groups in Barbados called Esquire Entertainment. And that's where we decided to start a band called Vida by Esquire. And that was also to be launched in 2020. So as a fashion designer who I primarily design for fetes, if you hear any carnival is happening, just know a J. Angelique piece will be there. Lifestyle, meaning for vacations, career wear. We basically create clothing for the modern woman. And we know that fashion is cyclical in its nature. So we found a way to fill the gaps that fashion may not have necessarily filled. And that was where Carnival came into play. So if you all know the Carnival calendar, it kind of goes that direction. It's Jamaica, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, Grenada, Barbados, and then Miami. So that's the entire year. And although patrons get to enjoy those 1 or 2 days, For us on the preparation end, on the entertainment end, and the creative end, this is a year-long process. So for that one day, it is literally a year-long preparation. And I try to sum it up. It's usually realistically about 5 to 6 months on my end, because we deal in costume design and we deal with production as well. So it takes about 5 to 6 months before everybody kind of experiences that that final product. So, and of course, there are so many people involved, which we would have just heard about. There are designers, there are people who do production, there are all the suppliers who actually create the costumes, the feather suppliers, and there is a huge supply chain when it comes to just getting that costume in your hand. So I say, well, so then what happened? COVID happened, 2020, a year that people will absolutely never forget. And what happened to that schedule I talked about, where it was fashion, it was career wear, it was these other things, these other designs, these other elements that we would design for, and the carnival basically filled the gap. What happened in 2020, all of those gaps were dramatically opened up. Everything was back to square one, basically. So imagine all of the forward orders that we would have put through, that would have collapsed. Imagine people would have had plans to travel to experience Carnival. So everything kind of reversed. And of course, from a business standpoint, from a designer standpoint, it is a serious drain on resources. Also, when we talk about, we had all of these fantastic plans for our band in Barbados. Everything basically was scrapped. So, COVID definitely disrupted the usual pattern of what we would, our usual yearly pattern. However, what we decided in our business, what we needed to do, we obviously had to put it realistically, we had bills to pay. We just could not stop. So we realized that the takeaway from this experience is that you have to have disaster planning. Generally, when you're planning any event, be it a fashion show, be it on the big stage carnival, you have to have a contingency plan. Nobody in the world would have expected that this would have to be the scale of the contingency plan. However, you have to put into consideration disaster planning. And in my situation, the fact that I had the fashion and clothing background, that kept me buoyant in this Corona period. And if you kind of link that, put that side by side, you should always have a plan B, just in case things don't go right. And for my fashion business, and within the whole lockdown period, because Trinidad, like many other countries, had to have a complete focused a lot of time on get client interaction. That is literally, the majority of my sales, I would say, come from Instagram. And what I did, I put effort into that. I spoke to my clients, find out if something as simple as, did you lose your job? Find out what their schedule is like, what their plans, how they're feeling, what colors they're into, like every little thing, because this research is essential for when they start to, and for me too, when you start to get back to the new normal, what it is that you could cater to these new clients. Because trust me, things aren't the same. So what I did, I focus a lot on social media. What is your presence about? Because a lot of people said, but Jen, you really did not stop working during the pandemic. And I said, no, because fashion is also entertainment. The way I put forward my business, I would never say, buy this dress. I always leave it up to the consumer to decide that this is a necessary thing for me. And in that case as well, fashion is also entertainment. So when you post, people like to see girls in pretty dresses. People like to see what new cut silhouettes fashion designers are working with these days. So it is also entertainment as well. I literally built my own website because I realized if it's COVID, you can't travel, you can't interact with people on a close basis. You have to up your website presence. Now, I already had a website, but I thought it was not working to my liking. So I built a new one, which is complete with shopping cart experience so that it'd be easy because what you needed to do is ensure that if people can't come to get your product, you need to easily shift to send them their products. This is something we do all the time, but the idea is to get it done better, get it done faster, and some resemblance of normalcy. As well, when it comes to your social media, I also developed same thing that we would have mentioned earlier in the description, Mango Sugar, which is now my interior design company, where and I can't even tell you all how many courses I would have done during this pandemic. All of these things were to arm me for when everything reopens again, or when is the new normal. All of these things would impact my business and improve my business. So again, I have these things listed under disaster management so that you could always have your list of backup plans, because the things aren't going to be the same again. As well, another takeaway from my experience and having Carnival literally taken from my entire business schedule is you have to be flexible. You have to adapt to all the environmental forces that now exist. You can't want everything to go back to normal. It will go back to some type of normal, but not the same, not the way you left it. And when I did a conference early in the pandemic, they literally said 2 types of business will survive: the innovative businesses and the essential businesses. Those are the only 2. So you have to choose a category and you have to figure out where you want to stand in that category. So you have to accept change. You have to be flexible. I also want to travel. I also want to do these things, but as well, to stray a bit, I remember when I was very young in secondary school, we had to write an essay. Health is wealth, and then you had to comment on it. And I only understood what that meant in 2020. Health is definitely wealth, because if you are sick, you cannot produce. If you are no longer on earth, you cannot produce. Health is wealth, and it has to be the number one. It has to be the number one, because look how the entire world was at home when people were not healthy. So no doubt, I'm a sociologist at heart. So there are many different, everything is intertwined. So you can't have one without the other, but without it, because you need money to buy food. But at the end of the day, health has to take priority, and we have to adapt all of these new health measures in the future. So I just want to touch on my forecast for the future. Of course, I believe, at least for the the near future that carnivals will decrease in size. Maybe not remarkably, but it will decrease in size. But and I say so because they have the people who, the germaphobes, that and because of the nature of carnival, body to body interaction, close proximity, crowds, all of that, they have those germaphobes who are not coming. I put myself in the category where I have elderly people at home, so I don't know if I could come. But there are the people who need that type of release. There is a need to maintain the culture as well. So I think when those two things neutralize, they would have a slight decrease, but as time progresses, I think it would be able to, go back to at least kind of what it would have been before. And with that being said as well, we have to realize too that not only that our carnival product, we need to be able to deliver this virtually, as we would have seen during COVID. Everybody got some type of creativity happening. You have to be able to figure out a way to sell your product virtually, because at the end of the day, there is money to be had from those people who are not there. Because if you really think of those numbers, yes, tourism coming into your country, what about the entire world? So you have to remember that they are still you. And again, back to the two categories you want to be in. Are you an innovative company, or are you an essential company? So if you have to be innovative, you have to figure out how to box and ship that product and sell it to the rest of the world who is not going to travel to the Caribbean, who is not going to travel to any other place. So we have to start opening our minds and thinking like that as well. We also would have to take in the future, we would have to take into consideration personal space. It is not the culture of the Caribbean. It is not what we do. Carnival, I've never seen a solo pic of me on Carnival, never. So it is something that we really have to take into consideration now. Just as best as possible, but health is wealth. Again, bands, promoters, creatives, designers, the list goes on, all of those people who are part of that huge carnival ecosystem. And trust me, there are the in-between people that you don't even think of that are so essentially important. The person that picks up a costume from one side of Trinidad and deliver it to another side of Trinidad when you can't, like those little pieces of the puzzle are very important. And we all will have to adapt to the new customer. The customer may not be the same person. Of course, trial and error, research, talking to your customers. I'm a big proponent of just talking to your customers, finding out exactly what they want, monitoring what they say they want as well, because a lot of times they will say one thing and want another, but still, adapting to their new needs, their new wants. If they're very health conscious, if they're germaphobes, if they're all of these things, we have to adapt to the new normal. Again, contact tracing is here to stay. It's going to be essential in what we know as Carnival, because if, for example, somebody enters a vet and they have COVID, I would love to get a text saying, okay, you've been around somebody, so at least you could protect, you could protect yourself. Exactly. So in sum, what I just want to say is, again, you have to be innovative. This has never happened before in obviously our lifetime, but we still have to remember they have been way back in the days. I don't even know all these stories. There have been people who, the plague, and a significant number of populations would have been wiped out. They would have had tsunamis where cultures and thousands of people would have been wiped off. and you just had to kind of build back, build a new foundation. So that is kind of what we have to do when it comes to Carnival, when it comes to entertainment. We have to think outside of the box. How are we going to sell our product to more than the people who exactly will come? Because for the first, I believe, the first couple of years, it will be an uphill battle, not impossible, but once we kind of check all the boxes where we make people feel safe and actually are safe, once those things are checked, we will be good. But we also have to figure out about it's, if you really think about how many people are in the world and how many people are actually coming to these carnivals, you would realize outside, if you draw a Venn diagram, outside the people who actually travel, you can sell to all of those as well. So that's it for me.
Hi, okay, thank you so much for that. I mean, you touched on a lot of important things. And whilst you talked about your website, I went across and checked your website and I was like, oh, what? I want that dress. I want that dress. So, I mean, your work is absolutely amazing. And I really think that you highlighted a lot of important points. I think especially the point that you said about the fact that it's not going to be the old normal, it's going to be a new normal. I think that is definitely a point that we must, stress on, that personal space, contact. I mean, the size of Carnival is definitely going to decrease. I mean, personally, I think I'm probably going to be one of the first people out on the road, but definitely keeping the contact in mind. I think that was a very important point. So I know it's time now for the question and answer segment. So I'm going to give person the opportunity to put the questions in the chat, and I will then direct it to either presenters, and then we'd move on from there. So now we will move into our question and answer segment, which is sponsored by the Jamaica Tourist Board.
Jamaica, heartbeat of the world. Let's go.
All right, guys. So I know that the chat is buzzing right now with some questions. So I'm going to go through them. Everyone is hearing me, right? Everyone's hearing me? Yes? Okay, great. Okay, so the first question would be to either presenters. I'm scrolling through the chat here, sorry. What are some of the behavioral changes you have seen from carnival goers? And I mean, a popular traditional event that majority of people look forward to each year, which is, Carnival, has been cancelled as we know it. So even though it's expected that because of the pandemic that, people there will be adverse changes or adverse reactions by our population. I mean, do you think people still want to come next year? Do you think that people are a bit I mean, I know you touched on it, Jen, but and Chief, but how do you think the reaction is going to be to Carnival? And I'll let Chief go, and then Jen, you could come after, right? So how do you think the behavioral changes are for that? What do you expect for 2021?
All right. Thanks, Chelsea. Great question. As I said, I do believe that there will be a lot of skepticism. People are going to be reluctant. This is new to us. We've never experienced anything like this before. This generation, we've never experienced anything like this before. And so it's going to be difficult. And obviously, we won't get the same numbers that we're used to getting. But I believe that the product is so good that we will get, there will be a majority that will be so into it. And but to be sure, I want to make this point that it also depends on the plan that is put in place to facilitate the event. I do believe that the discussions, the ideas that are coming forward, the discussions that the stakeholders and the government has been having been fruitful. I do believe that the plans, the ideas are will be fruitful. They're good ideas, good plans, and I think that once they are properly implemented, then it will increase confidence. But it has to come out very early. That is what's important. They can't wait till March or April to tell you what the plan is. The plans have to come out very, very early. And that's going to be very important in bringing confidence. Because right now, even the biggest carnival person, they don't have that much confidence in being outside. And so as stakeholders in the industry and the government, we have to present a plan that will increase confidence. And I believe that's going to happen.
All right. All right. Hi, Jen. No. Yes. Let me just repeat the question for you. So what are you anticipating for 2021, and how do you think the behavioral changes are, or what do you expect them to be for next year?
I think people will expect nothing less than the standard. So increased sanitary, what they call sanitization stations, increased health measures, where if it's rapid testing, if it is checking temperatures, I think people will be, I think the novelty of getting back into the swing will, people will still expect social distance. People will want the option to do these things. So I think for the people who, will put trust in promoters and everybody else to, welcome them, I think they will need the, the absolute, I don't want to say basic, because our basic should be a very high standard. But I think we will, people will be so accustomed to the regular COVID protocols, like those things have to be number one priority. And I think that is what you will just behave as if you're in your home country. I think people would do, but I think we are all human. We will revert to what we know, but I think it would be the
option has to be there.
Promoters will have to enforce those things to ensure, because you don't want that happy, jubilant festival to be soured by an increase in sick people.
Right. Okay, very good point. I mean, and I mean, you spoke about the fact that Carnival is jubilant, and it's exciting time and that sort of thing. And Ashley Wedderburn asked earlier on when you were presenting, she said she have a question for Ms. Ford. She asks, based on the nature of Carnival, do you think that the virtual form of Carnival is viable or will be viable for 2021?
In some cases, because let me tell you, when Voice had his, and this was in the middle of the lockdown, when Voice had his concert, I literally had a rag in my house, and I was like, if I were there, I mean, at that point, of course, you didn't have much option at all. But don't forget, it is the talent, it is the creative that we are selling. And just like when a celebrity puts on an outfit and they go on TV, you want to buy it because, it's that person. It's the same thing. They are selling They are selling their music, they're selling a concept, they're selling Carnival. So it can work, but it's just something we have to get accustomed to, because let me tell you, I swore I was in effect when they were on. Then don't talk about the versus with Beanie and
Yeah,
Bounty.
definitely.
I was in the front.
Right.
So it was, you can translate these things, but we have to think. You really have to think like it. And of course, we have never been in this situation. So now these things are options. They would not have been options last year. If you weren't in Carnival, too bad, you miss out. But now we have to pay attention to delivering that product to people who can't make it.
Right. Agreed. Understood. Chief, I mean, as someone that sits on, with Exodus, and you're really part and an integral part of, Carnival planning in and of itself. Anika, I was asked this question. I think that it would be best suited for you. It said, do you believe that in order for Caribbean islands to have a successful Carnival in 2021, that there should be a local carnival instead? And that being, instead of us having tourists, from the different countries and islands, do we just have a local carnival here?
That is a good question, and it's certainly something that I have thought of, to be honest. And I came to the conclusion, having thought about it, that no. And here's why. It's there for Jamaica itself. There's not enough of us that can adequately bring that same energy and vibe. And I mean, we're not even talking about the economic consequences, but there aren't enough of us that can bring that energy to Carnival or Road March. What you see, the product that you see on Carnival Day is it's a melting pot, and of course I understand that, and it's obviously we cannot go back to what was normal, but we have to find a way to allow tourists to enjoy that product. And it is we're not selling something that it's like our music. We aren't the sole beneficiaries or the sole people who are purchasing our music. Our music is being purchased worldwide, and we have to find a way to have that entertainment value being sold to everyone who is interested in buying it. What we can do to mitigate the risk is to ensure that the tourists who are coming here for Carnival are negative, COVID negative, and there are steps that are being taken for tourists coming into the country to provide their negative test results. Also, where Carnival is concerned, it's much easier to do contact tracing for Carnival, because for everyone who jumps with whichever band, we have the information of every patron, every reveler who is jumping with on the road. And I'm not talking about spectators who just run on the road. We're talking about the people who are spending their money to be a part of the carnival. We literally have the information of every person. So I think it's just a way to extend that same courtesy, to extend that product to them, and while mitigating the risk. But we should provide them, we should have the option so we can provide it to them.
Definitely. And I mean, when I thought about this question, I mean, me myself being part of the entertainment industry as well. I mean, it's one thing to have a local carnival, but especially from an economic standpoint, and I mean, and you raised it earlier, the fact that these tourists bring a lot of the foreign exchange that we need, and which
Right.
benefits the country. So from an economic standpoint, it may not be that wise to just have a
Right.
local carnival, especially because of, you know, when we think about the tourism, when we think about the hotel industry and how much they benefit, and then the amount of money that tourists spend on a daily basis whilst they are here
Right.
for carnival, it's definitely going to be a disadvantage to us to just have it with local persons. So thank you, Chieftain. I'm scrolling through the chat still. So Matthew said, "Hello, my name is Matthew Johnson. I'm a young designer for my company, which is Genesis Teens JA Production, which I'm assuming he launched in February 2021. And he'd like to launch his event in February 2021, but he's stuck read the process of designing." And Jen, I'm going to direct this question to you. He's asking, what is the process of designing, and what are your steps when it comes to designing footwear? What are the steps when it comes to designing footwear?
Well, well, the question could only be accurately answered via my other business called Codrington and Ford, where we nurture young businesses to kind of elevate themselves. They don't know where to start, but a rule I always use would be fashion and function. What is it for? Who is your customer? When you kind of know that, you design for that purpose. Let me give you an example. I went to the lovely Sun Nation. Love that event in Jamaica, and there I was in my nice little dress, enjoying the music, enjoying the hot sun, because I believe the sun comes out the hottest for that event. And there is everybody around me dying because they are in long sleeves. They are in inappropriate fabrics. They are in everything not to wear. Whereas I was in my dress suitably designed for the event. So in that case, I am my customer. So it's a bit easier for me in some instances, but what would I want to wear to this event? So that is the purpose of the clothing. So when you kind of have that in mind, who is it for? What is the purpose? At least that's a start. From there are different processes you use when you're actually designing, because I was having that discussion with another designer today. How to come up with truly new innovative designs that are not derivative from other people's work. So there are steps you can take, but basically you can do all that in the world, and if you don't know your customer, and if you don't know the function of the pieces, you'll be going nowhere.
Right. Thank you, Jen, for your answer. Guys, I know that a lot of you guys have a lot of questions. However, we are strapped for time. So I'm going to take the last question, which is, Jen, you spoke about rebranding yourself. In terms of, the fact that, you had to do the fat way, but now you rebranded the company to suit the needs of persons throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. So how would you suggest that, or what would you suggest are the changes that Carnival needs to rebrand in terms of rebranding itself?
Firstly, you have to, again, I'm going back to health is wealth. Firstly, you have to show that it is safe. So again, all the protocols have to be followed. You have to show that it is necessary. That's the next thing. You have to show that it's necessary to get on this germ-filled flight to come for this product. And and that is showcasing the talent, showcasing a culture that you don't get everywhere. It is unique to our space in the world. You don't get this everywhere. If you get other carnivals, they are not the same as what you have in the Caribbean. So you have to kind of instead of showcasing, yes, costumes, designers, music, everything that's authentic to the Caribbean, you have to show this is the best thing to do at this point. So you now have to kind of almost compare, because don't forget, it's going to be limited resources. It's going to be other options that people would have to choose from. So you literally have to jump in the comparison pool and show that there's no comparison. You have to come here. We're safe. We have the best entertainers. We have the best party. The people are the best. We have the best vibe. We could go for hours and hours, no sleep. So you have to kind of show people that the Caribbean is the only option.
Right. And Chief, last question to you. Do you think that Carnival needs rebranding, or do you think that COVID-19 is just forcing us to think differently and causing us to now rebrand?
I don't think that the product necessarily needs rebranding. I just believe that you know what, things happen, and when something happens, the only thing that's inevitable is change.
Right.
And we just it's forcing us. It's definitely forcing us to think outside the box and to think about ways to not get back to what was normal before, but to still have the product, to still have people enjoy themselves, but do it in a safe environment, and still provide the or answer the economic questions that Carnival usually answers. So it's just forcing us to think more, to think about things that we never had to think about before. But we are able to do it. We're human beings, and we've overcome many things in the past, and we can definitely overcome this. It's just to come together, as I said, individually and collectively, and just think about different ways I mean, it's not going anywhere. So what are we going to do to allow it to beat us, or are we going to find ways to maneuver to make sure that, again, as I said, that we are safe, we're having fun, and that you know what, people are doing are getting their jobs back. They're able to feed their families. We just have to be able to think outside the box.
Right. Thank you, Chieftain. Okay, so at this time, I'd like to invite Mr. Meek, the event coordinator, to do the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. So on behalf of the planning team of this event, I would like to extend a special thanks to Mr. Campbell and Ms. Ford for taking part in this conference discussion and giving very informative presentations on the future of carnivals and how to navigate the impacts of the pandemic. We also like to greatly acknowledge Ms. Chelsea Thomas-Benoit for moderating this event. We would like to thank all our attendees for joining us this afternoon and engaging with our presenters. Thank you all for being in attendance. Special thanks to the TTSA for partnering with us in this event. We'd also like to acknowledge the generosity of our sponsors, the Jamaica Tourist Board, the Tourist Linkages Network, Dream Weekend, the Pawn Shop Outlet, Herop Music Production, Igonics, Decor Awnings, Blinds and Shades, the Young Entrepreneurs Association, and Jade Dragon Wholesales and Retail. All proceeds from these sponsors will go towards Mona Primary School to assist students with getting tablets for their online classes. Again, I say thank you all.
Thank you, everyone, for coming. And I do hope that you all have a safe journey home if you are home or going home. And you have an enjoyable rest of your evening. Thank you, everyone, and catch you next time. Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
say them love we, but that I yesterday. If where them want to switch it up already. Them not go try we out on no today. It not so easy to drain me energy. God blessings follow anywhere where we dey. A good with everybody. No, they have to say. Hey, woman them royal, soldier them loyal, casual or formal, them selling no normal. So them immortal, yeah, more than a jawful, yeah. With them awful, wicked and lawful, we not stopping, no. And no time for no stoplight, man I travel at top speed, but this are the top flight, this are the big league. So every 8 bar or 16 is a big deal. Food for your tata and a kid's meal. Package it proper, it been sealed. Recipe of a master. Them boy they can't boil water. Cooking up a recipe a disaster. That are the reason, this are my season. Them my degrees are torture. Carry the torch at different peaks so regular people now walk at. Me I compete with my past self. That is what making me sharper. Look how we achieve every quarter. Way before we make a quarter. Always have heart, so when times hard, we pick up and we go harder. None of my people no starve, yeah. Me have the wall in my palm, take it and bring it a yard, yeah. Them say they love we, but that I yesterday. Get where them want to switch it up already. Them not go try we out on no today. It not so easy to drain the energy. God blessings follow anywhere where we dey. A good with everybody. No, they have to say. With the target, reggae the top of the market. If there is ever a problem, listen to the album and that go dissolve it. We are tired clean, where you said I can. When I go with the flow, we are head height. Sevilla will it down like a Jedi. Couple souls, couple days, pan the roads in a bed and the dancers come in, pan a red I go. Cerebral flow in my head I go. Try reach me now, but my cell line slow. I keep it low, it's like where I go. Try teach me how, but I said I know. People know me like you like hope, and I need to know premise when I show. I collect my dough, do my thing and go. No, when you say hello, Proto, the world auto, them one motto. Touchdown UK, sell out show. New minister culture, we get some vote. A regular we have to transit to airport, and I because we outstanding to airport. Couldn't forget where me belong, me to engross. And if me ever drop a song, dig it reinforce, yeah. Strong like a tonica, be the drum and then play the harmonica. Dig it down the baddest on the planet, supersonic tougher than a granite. We are professor, them are the janitor. Oppressor, them are threat and a panic, so you know see the difference of the caliber. No less than atomic, when we drop it automatic, say apart. Them say they love we, but that I yesterday. One day, baby girl, I know you'll see the light. Whoa, that all I really want to do is treat you right. All I want to do is treat you right. All I want to do is treat you right. All I want to do is treat you right. Baby, all I want to do is treat you right. We'll go through struggles to love you by any means, baby. I'm here for you, are you ready to live your dreams, baby? The love you have for me made me know you're a queen, lady. Absolute, she know just what a king needs. That's why she get what she received lately. Candle lit in this fireplace nights, stress relief. Every beautiful melody of hers is the best to me. All I want to do is treat you right. All I want to do is treat you right, baby. All I want to do is treat you right. All I want to do is treat you right, baby. All I want to do is treat you right. We'll go through struggles to love you by any means, baby. I'm here for you, are you ready to live your dreams, baby? The love you have for me made me know you're a queen, lady. Absolute, she know just what a king needs. That's why she get what she received lately. Candle lit in this fireplace nights, stress relief. Every beautiful melody of hers is the best to me.
your heart.
Sunshine smiling warm up inside your heart. Feeling of pure love. Oh, Jamaican heartbeat. Dancing to the beat. Up inside your heart. Heartbeat of the world. Oh, Jamaican heartbeat. Jamaican heartbeat.
Jamaica.
Can you feel it? Jamaican heartbeat.
Love it.
Heartbeat of the world. Beyond compare. Nothing like it anywhere. Share, eat and drink. We move and dance with you. No matter where you are. No matter where you're from. Join in the party. You're welcome.
Yeah, laugh,
You're welcome.
So me say greetings, welcome to one and all, to the land of ska, reggae and dancehall. Here we go beach, river and waterfall, and we have a lot of party when the night fall. Hold a vibe, eat something with a drink in your hand. Rum beer, jerk chicken, roast fish, yellow yam. Them say we beat unique, so every boy, every girl come to Jamaica, the heartbeat of the world.
Jamaican heartbeat.
Jamaica.
Can you feel it? Jamaican heartbeat. Heartbeat of the world. Where will we go? When the quarantine thing done and everybody touch road. Mommy, me gonna start, pull up in a fast car, yeah. I know fast start, make it money fast part, yeah. I know you're feeling me, you know I'm feeling you. So what now we for do, yeah. Hey fancy, oh your heart state, now no vacancy. Last time see you on FaceTime, shutting up the place, bout you know my relationship. Me I go put you on lockdown, I put your body on lockdown. You got me on lock now. Got my person unlocked. Oh, if you love me, you should let me. You should let me. You should let me know. And if you don't know, better feel let me. Better feel let me. I better you let me go. Pulling up, pulling up, pulling up. Nobody deal with the bagel and talking. But nothing now we're chilling in an apartment. Hope you don't mind me asking, where will we go? When the quarantine thing done and everybody touch road. Mommy, me gonna start, pull up in a fast car, yeah. I know fast make you want the fast part, yeah. I know you're feeling me. You know I'm feeling you. So what now we for do, yeah. Say you want trouble, we go hopefully. Say you hope in your love and not just no tally. Make my heart full of some, I love you totally. Do my own thing, I'm in no trouble, nobody. I'm watching out for the party out. And they didn't hear but them are what we know. Swing on me, no miss like Pacquiao. What you feeling for hot coffee out? What you know? All you want talk but how much your money. Yeah, anything you want, coffee got the money. Yeah, me give you my heart, make you take it from me. Where will we go? Where we go now? When the quarantine thing done and everybody touch road. Where we go road now? Mommy, me gonna start, pull up in a fast car, yeah. And a fast start, make you want the fast part, yeah. I know you're feeling me, baby. You know I'm feeling you, baby. So what now we for do, yeah. Baby, are you feeling me? Cause I'm really feeling you. Baby, are you feeling me? Cause I'm really feeling you. I'ma pull up in my fast car. Pull up in my fast car. Feeling with that rock star. Anytime you see me, me and you, I wanna know to come. Where will we go? When the quarantine thing done and everybody touch road. Mommy, me gonna start, pull up in a fast car, yeah. And a fast start, make you want the fast part, yeah. I know you're feeling me. You know I'm feeling you. So what now we for do, yeah. Hey, fancy, oh your heart state, now no vacancy. Last time see you on FaceTime, shutting up the place, bout in our relationship. Me, I go put you on lockdown. I put your body on lockdown. You got me on lock now. You got my passion on lock. Oh, if you love me, you should let me. You should let me. You should let me know. And if you don't know, better feel let me. Better feel let me. I better you let me go. Pulling up, pulling up, pulling up. Nobody deal with the bagel and talking. Me nothing know you're chilling in an apartment. Hope you don't mind me asking. Where will we go? When the quarantine thing done and everybody touch road. Mommy, me gonna start, pull up in a fast car, yeah. And a fast start, make you want the fast part, yeah. I know you're feeling me. You know I'm feeling you. So what now we for do, yeah. Say you want trouble, we go hopefully. Say you hope in your love and not just no tally. Make my heart full of some, I love you totally. Do my own thing, I'm in no trouble, nobody. I'm watching out for the party out. And they didn't hear but them are what we know. Swing on me, no miss like Pacquiao. What you feeling for hot coffee out? What you know? All you want talk but how much your money. Yeah, anything you want, coffee got the money. Yeah, me give you my heart, make you take it from me.
Chimney, new government, give thanks. Sing it. You know, every day, realest thing here in our world, brother. We give thanks. For real. You spend all that money on your watch. How much time you spend with your son? So much money in the club. How much you spend with the ones you love? The simple things are your blessings. Simple things, them are your blessings, your blessing. Simple things are your blessing. And you don't notice your blessings. You pick it with the shoes by your feet. Now pick and choose the fence where you keep. You now watch where you eat. When last you get a good sleep. The simple things are your blessings.
Simple things are your blessing, your blessing. Simple things are your blessing. You better notice your blessing. Sing it. Simplicity we use to survive. Many find it difficult because them ignorant and I. One alone they get in, I go live another life. Telling them again, but I know in another device. Life, don't get chance too often. Put out some of the sadness and invest in a laughing. Time get the cash, lifetime passing. Tell them so you love them for you see them in a coffin. Let me tell you this when you got good days, bad days. You know say you with up. Me would have trade house and car and shed up. Just forget one more minute with me bread up. So you get up, spend time together. Cherish every second of the day when you're there. Gotta tell you, that you're the close one yesterday. You put an angel over me. The simple things are your blessings. Simple things, them are your blessings, your blessings. Simple things are your blessing. And you don't notice your blessings. The simple things are your blessings. Simple things, them are your blessing, your blessing. Simple things, them are your blessing. You better notice your blessings. We've got life, so let's live. You make the time to chase the paper. When last you say your prayer. We've got life, so let's live. And while you're worshiping your treasure, remember nothing lasts forever. The simple things are your blessings. Simple things, them are your blessings, your blessings. Simple things, them are your blessings. You better notice your blessings. The simple things, them are your blessings. Simple things, them are your blessings, your blessings. Simple things, them are your blessings. You better notice your blessings. Simple things, oh the simple things. Attention, oh the simple things. Let me tell you about the simple things. I'm laying friends, I know simple things. You better notice your blessings. Chimney, new government, give thanks. Sing it. You know, every day, realest thing here in our world, brother. We give thanks. For real. You spend all that money on your watch. How much time you spend with your son? So much money in the club. How much you spend with the ones you love? The simple things are your blessings. Simple things, them are your blessings, your blessing. Simple things are your blessing. And you don't notice your blessings. You pick it with the shoes by your feet. Now pick and choose the fence where you keep. You now watch where you eat. When last you get a good sleep. The simple things are your blessings. Simple things are your blessing, your blessing. Simple things are your blessing. You better notice your blessing.
Fire up your lighter, float on with the wave. Make me feel light. You make me feel light. You make me feel. When you want to tell a mission, sing up like you want my empty spin run like a jam can't tire. Endless loving and it can't expire. I will say, Jaja never answer prayer. You know, say, you have the loving for me body when you hold me. And if you call me, we come. Baby, me now let her go. Love is like a seed and you reap what you sow. Baby, when the bright lights start to fade, fire up your lighter, float on with the waves. You make me feel light. You make me feel light. You make me feel. Give me the fire, beg you, bring that home. Me need you like a home, me need my love. Yeah, turn on the pressure, make you get numb. And when me blaze it up, me know you're not want it bad, but like it against the law. Light up, bright up, yes, that me want. Correct me on my skin, me feel the clap. I'm a body, see your jaw, so me tell you raw. Baby, when the bright lights start to fade, fire up your lighter, float on with the waves. You make me feel light. You make me feel light. You make me feel. Pressures of your life and it tough. No stay down, mama, time pick it up. No bother with the down, full style, strictly up, full vibes. I pick it up when the bills, them, the rent and the mortgage due. Yeah. When me chalice, when your best friends are gone and it's only you. Yeah. Light up a split, turn up the music. Skanking sweet. Everybody wanna feel like free. Forget your troubles and the rock with me. You know feel a reggae music sweet, yeah, yeah. Skanking sweet. Everybody wanna feel like free. Forget your troubles and the rock with me. You know feel a reggae music sweet, yeah, yeah. Skanking sweet. For every pain there's a melody, yeah. For every trouble there's a harmony that brings everything together. So make we sing together. And who said life no order? And every man got this struggle. I beg you to help me, Lord, and let me overcome my struggles. Skanking sweet. Everybody wanna feel like free. Forget your troubles and rock with me. You know feel a reggae music sweet, yeah, yeah. Skanking sweet. Everybody wanna feel like free. Forget your troubles and rock with me. You know feel a reggae music sweet, yeah. Skanking sweet. We skank it till our morning come. Until the day when my troubles are done. Hallelujah. We're grooving in our jam. We're grooving all my troubles away. Everybody wanna feel like your troubles and the rockin'. You know feel a reggae music sweet, yeah. Skank. Everybody wanna feel like your troubles and the yeah. You know feel a reggae music sweet, yeah. So skanking, grooving, forget your troubles and the rock with me. Skanking, grooving, yeah. Everybody was skanking sweet. Everybody was skanking sweet. Body was skanking sweet. Everybody was skanking sweet. Yeah. I'm gonna be skanking. I wanna be skanking. I'm gonna be skanking. I'm gonna be skanking. Whoa.
Chimney, new government, give thanks.
Sing it.
You know, every day,
realest thing here in our world, brother.
we give thanks.
For real.
You spend all that money on your watch. How much time you spend with your son? So much money in the club. How much you spend with the ones you love. The simple things are your blessings. Simple things, them are your blessings, a blessing. Simple things are your blessing. And you don't notice your blessings. You pick it with the shoes by your feet. Now pick and choose the fence where you keep. You now watch where you eat. When last you get a good sleep. The simple things are your blessings. Simple things are your blessing, your blessing. Simple things are your blessing. You better notice your blessing.
Sing it. Simplicity we use to survive. Many find it difficult because them ignorant and I. One alone they get in a go live another life. Telling them again but I know in a device. Life no get chance too often. Cut out some of the sadness and invest in a laughing. Time you take a stress, lifetime passing. Tell them say you love them for you see them in a coffin. Let me tell you this, when you got good days, bad days. You know say you with up. Me would have trade house and car and shed up. Just forget 1 more minute with my brother. So you get up, spend time together. Cherish every second of the day where you're there up. Gotta tell you, that you're the close one yesterday. You put an angel over me.
The simple things are your blessings. Simple things, them are your blessings, your blessings. Simple things are your blessing. And you don't notice your blessings. The simple things are your blessings. Simple things, them are your blessing, your blessing. Simple things, them are your blessing. You better notice your blessings. We've got life, so let's live. You make the time to chase the paper. When last you say a prayer. We've got life, so let's live. And while you're worshiping your treasure, remember nothing lasts forever. The simple things are your blessings. Simple things, them are your blessings, your blessings. Simple things, them are your blessings. You better notice your blessings. The simple things, them are your blessings. Simple things, them are your blessings, your blessings. Simple things, them are your blessings. You better notice your blessings. Simple things, oh the simple things. Health and strength, oh the simple things. Let me tell you about the simple things. Family and friends, I know simple things. You better notice your blessings.
Rastafari never leave I alone. So even when the road get rocky, me say me never give up. I said there ain't no giving in. And when the going get tough, I said the tough get going. And my people don't give up. I said there ain't no giving in. No, Rastafari guide I and I from the beginning. Oh boy, A lot of youths in life say them can't take the pressure no more. But from your trust in the most high life, I go get better, I'm sure. The youth juggle on the roadside, Babylon say fi take up your bag and go. Boy, but we still not give up. Me say we solid as a rock like Kalanje. Not give up. I said there ain't no giving in. And when the going get tough, I said the tough gets going. One juggle your fruits, don't give up. I said there ain't no giving in, mama. Rastafari guide I and I from the beginning. Why oh why oh? Teacher not get paid, the government need for purge and process. Oh, police not get paid, so them find it hard to serve and protect. And all we get from the government is highlight bills and robust taxes. And them still a pressure the youth to run it hard on the road with them robot taxes. But there ain't no giving in. Go run your taxi, you. Hey, I said the tough gets going. Nah, give up. I said there ain't no giving in. No, Rastafari guide I and I, oh boy. I said my people, we've been facing struggles for so long. Ja people, please me I beg you, please could you hold on? I know the system have you down and you feel pressed down like 50 feet. I thought the buckle, yeah, the victory sweet. Me say me still not give up, me just kiss me teeth, not give up. I said there ain't no giving in. Hey, and when the going gets tough, I said the tough gets going. Jordan, believe me, not give up. I said there ain't no giving in. Why you right? Hey. So that's the I still a guide I and I. Ooh, I
Yo, I'm not sure what's happening. That's why I didn't want to share my screen. I didn't want to share the content. So I'm not sure what's happening right now.
Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, welcome. I'm sorry for the late start. I must apologize, but my moderator just got into an accident and God bless her soul. I don't know how she's doing, but I'm going to be moderating. My name is Moesha Bess, and despite our late start, we will have a productive session. So, welcome, welcome. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Moesha Bess, a final year student at the University of the West Indies, and I'm your moderator for this hour's event. It is my privilege to welcome you all to this event. It's the last event of our first day. It is greatly appreciated by our sponsors and team for you to be here. And if you are interested in entertainment as much as I am, I want you to know that this is the place to be. I know that COVID-19 has affected all of us, but this is the conference that will tell you the new norm revitalizing the entertainment sector. It is hosted by the future leaders of tourism with support from the MSPM and our major sponsors, Tourism Linkages Network and Jamaica Tourist Board. Today, I'm very excited and honored to be moderating for this topic. Revitalizing the entertainment sector, as we all know, and as we all have witnessed, the sector has been through a dramatic change. So there are usually large crowds, or what you may call it, at events and everywhere else. During the Christmas season, the summer, our streets are packed and we are enjoying ourselves. However, COVID-19 has disrupted all of that. The entertainment sector plays a vital role as a tourism product in many Caribbean countries, where we have entertainment that are uniquely ours. For example, Reggae Sumfest, Carnival in Trinidad and Tobago. As a matter of fact, Carnival anywhere, even St. Lucia's Jazz Festival. The impact of the pandemic has put a strain on all that we have been accustomed to. Now, the concern arises for the different ways of deliveries that will satisfy the customer's needs after the pandemic. This topic will shed light on how Caribbean countries can re-energize the entertainment sector to ensure people who prefer physical entertainment are satisfied, as well as adapting and improving the changes to satisfy those who prefer virtual deliveries. Before we go any further, I would like to take this time to thank our sponsors. Dream Weekend, the Future Leaders of Tomorrow, Mona School of Business Management, Tourism Enhancement Fund, the YEA, Pawn Shack Outlet, Here Music Productions, and our major sponsors, the Tourism Linkages Council and the Jamaica Tourist Boards. Okay, so now that I have all these niceties out of the way, I am going to get into the meat of the session. We're going to start off by thanking you, the audience, for being here. And I want you all to know that you're free to ask any questions in the chat. I can see that all of my panels are here. That's good. Hi, how are you doing? You guys can put on your screen. I have the Honorable John King, Minister of the Creative Economy, Culture and Sport for Barbados. I have Miss Jillian Wilkins. She's the Senior Director of Entertainment at the Ministry of Tourism and Entertainment at Jamaica. And I'm not seeing Mr. Kevin Little, but he was just here. And also Mr. Kamal Banke. I'm waiting Mr. Kamal to just share his screen and then we could continue. I want to see all of my speakers and let us have an interactive session, okay? Great. Hi, Mr. Banke. Lovely to have you all here. Great. This is awesome. All right. So let's get into it. Now I'll be introducing my first speaker, Mr. Kevin Little. All right. So Mr. Kevin Little is a Vincentian soca artist who broke the common mold and altered the course of traditional soca music, infusing a more international flavor, and took a strong foothold in the music industry in 2003 with a single hit, Turn Me On, which you guys all know. I will not be singing it right now because I don't have the best voice, but you all know it. Turn me on. All right. 4 albums later, Little again joined a major label when his label Tower Con Records partnered with Sony Ultra Family to release his hit Slow Motion in 2017. Kevin Little is one of those diligent artists who gives back to the community and is a valued ambassador of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, holding a global diplomatic status. Can you guys imagine? Today, we have Mr. Kevin Little, and he will be discussing an artist's perspective of the new norm in revitalizing the entertainment sector. So, Miss Little, tell us, how did you survive this pandemic? What is the new norm for you?
Mhm. Well, the thing is that I think the new norm, especially for entertainment, is the whole having passive income and being able to use that passive income to sustain you at the same time while because the situation for entertainment is that most artists are living on the shows, the live performances, and not a lot of artists are doing their merchandise, they're publishing, they're investing in other businesses and other opportunities when they do make the money from their ventures. So, in pertaining to the new norm, one of the ways that we can actually deal with it is doing what I did. I'm very business oriented, very much on the business side to make sure that there's passive income all the time, and I don't need to always get on stage and sing to make money.
That's interesting that you might mention that you don't always have to get on the stage to make money. Let me hear this. Come on.
Mm. Well, there's many forms of income in the music industry. There's many ways to make money, and a lot of the times, or most of the times, artists themselves, they get into the music industry and they like it. They want to be in it. It's fun. It's money. It's girls. It's parties. It's a good time. But nobody could have expected the world to be where it's at today, where everybody is fully social distancing and you can't have live PAs and stuff like that. And hence the mainstay per se of what you see as the entertainment industry is not what is happening now. There's no carnival, and especially in the Caribbean where everybody is accustomed to the live performances, the carnivals, the dance hall scene, the sumfest, the dance hall clubs. It's just what is the norm. But and again, nobody could have expected something like this to happen and really upheave everything in general, and not just in the music industry, in the industries of the world in general. But as you can see, the places that are striving are the things that are basically contactless. The internet is striving. Stocks are flying off the wall with companies like Uber and all the music providers, the iTunes, because people are sitting home and they're listening music now, and they're sitting home and they're watching TV and streaming TV shows all day. It's probably quadrupled now, the amount of activity that's happening online. Hence, if you have not prepared yourself in terms of the way that you should in the music industry or the entertainment industry, where you have consistent income, whether or not there's live PAs, or you're able to put on a show if you're a promoter, or perform if you're an artist or something like that, you find yourself in a difficult position where you have to either you have to figure out how to start from scratch and figure new income. Yeah.
Well, I do believe you have it all planned out. And trust me, you have been doing such a tremendous job to be in the industry since the 2000s. Like, Respect. Okay, that is commendable. You have been doing so much to keep relevant, especially during this COVID time. I also heard your new single that dropped in January, Nikki Nikki. So we
Yeah.
will be asking you questions in the Q&A session about that. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Stay tuned. All right. So, guys, you just heard my artist's perspective on how he's keeping relevant and stuff during the COVID-19 pandemic. But we also want to hear from someone who actually manages an artist, who's actually in the industry, who actually needs to take point and say, listen, this is what we're going to do, and this is how we're going to do it. So, moving right along, ladies and gentlemen, our second speaker this evening is an event planner, a man who has a foot in almost every aspect of the entertainment sector. If you are someone who is in tune with culture of Jamaica, then this is a presenter who should require no introduction. But just in case he does, he is a proud graduate of the Mona School of Business Management at the University of the West Indies. He currently serves as the head of the Entertainment Advisory Board under the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sport. He is actually affiliated with one of our panelists today, Ms. McDaniel. So, he is one of the faces behind some of the largest and most memorable and successful event franchises, such as Dream Weekend, Sumfest, just to name a few. As a member of the Tourism Linkages Council, he is one of the individuals pushing for a greater event tourism industry, one that he foresees to have potential to significantly increase the island's last officially reported tourism earnings, which is over $3 million US. Oop, Jamaica gone up. Today, he will discuss the perspective of a manager for the arts and entertainment in the new norm, revitalizing the entertainment sector. So, Mr. Kamal, it's you and I at this present moment. Tell me, share your story. How has COVID affected you? What are you doing to keep relevant?
So, well, first of all protocols observed. Good evening to everybody. Good evening to my fellow panelists. Very happy to be here. The first thing I wanted to point out was two small clarifications. I'm not the head of the Entertainment Advisory Board. I'm one of the directors. There are some other boards that I do chair, but that's not one of them. Also, I'm not affiliated with Sumfest. Dream Weekend, Exodus Carnival, Ribbies, those are some of my businesses. So I don't have any current affiliation with Sumfest. Just as a point of clarity. So, I mean, I'm here trying to, weather the storm like everybody else in my industry. COVID has been a very revealing time. It reveals all the cracks in various industries. And for me, it was a time initially during the first stage of lockdown here in Jamaica of introspection, looking at what's important, like what's important just holistically, family-wise, friendship, financially, reevaluating where you are in terms of the work-life balance and health and life balance and health-work balance. All those things played critical roles into, those first 3 months when we're kind of hunkered down and, not really knowing exactly where this was going to turn or move or whatever. So, it gave you particular insight. And, I was happy to also use the time to, while my businesses in entertainment were closed, to really look and revise, how things, could happen in my businesses, right? I mean, firstly, when you look at, I would call it any lifestyle business, they were shut down completely between March and summer. And then when we're looking at, how you pivot out of it, you have to become more efficient. Firstly, you have to look at, your basically how you're going to maximize revenue with lower crowds, because that's going to be a feature of the post-pandemic era. Things that are obviously changed significantly. We're not having festivals currently here in Jamaica, at least, and nightclubs are not open, outdoor events are not open. So, it was how are we going to pivot the different businesses that I'm involved in to, work with the new norm, and I'll dive into a little bit more detail in a while, but that's kind of where I sat down with a few people in my senior staff, and we tried to see how we could pivot in terms of what we're doing certain things that needed more efficiency. We did all of that. We had the time, we had the brain space, we had the opportunity to do it, and we're executing that now, and looking forward to coming out of the other side of this bigger, better, stronger, more resilient.
Wow. Listening to you speak, it's really different over here in Barbados where we're at right now, because nightclubs are open, people are going out, but we're still obviously observing COVID protocols, 6 feet apart. They're very, very strict with it. But it goes to show, like, everybody is really handling this pandemic differently. And it's like you said, you need different techniques. You have to be resilient. You have to know how to improvise, especially in this in particular industry. You have to know all these things. And I can see that you have those particular qualities. And that's what makes you so good at what you do. Thank you so much. All right, so moving along nicely. I'll come back to you, Mr. Kamal. Don't go anywhere.
No problem.
All right, moving along nicely. I'd like to welcome a special addition to my panel. All right, she is Miss Jillian. She is Miss Jillian Wilkinson McDaniel. She is the Principal Director of the Entertainment Policy and Monitoring in the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sport. She also served as a Principal Director of Culture and Creative Industries Policy in the same industry. Why did we add Miss Jillian at such a short notice? Think about it. I'm the event coordinator. I'm backed by some powerful ladies. And we had a beautiful, matter of fact, we had a handsome panel of men, wise men, great men. And I said to myself, why not even make it greater? As the advocate for women empowerment, we added Miss Jillian Wilkinson McDaniel. So Jillian has held positions in the private and public sector in working in trade policy, investment promotion, creative industries, primarily film, music, and entertainment. And this is where we're at right now. Ms. McDaniel holds a Juris Doctor from the University of Washington School of Law in Seattle, Washington, a Bachelor of Arts degree in philosophy and political science from Long Island University, Brooklyn campus, New York. She is currently pursuing a master's, a PhD at the University of the West Indies, Mona campus in the Institute of Caribbean Studies. Wow, this is a woman who has done it all. She has been trying to improve herself, and we can see her making significant strides within the Ministry of Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sport. So, Miss Jillian, how are you doing today?
Good night, everyone. Thank you very much for that very succinct introduction, Risha. It's a pleasure to be here. Good night to my fellow panelists. Minister, good to see you again. And to thank everyone who is listening via your online streaming platforms. So thank you very much for having me. It's been
no problem.
Can you hear me?
Well, for me, I was about to ask you that you're very low.
Yes,
yeah.
Okay. So I'm just saying thank you for inviting me. It is a pleasure to be here tonight. So
you're still a little low.
Not sure why, but let's see. Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
That's a bit better for me. I'm not sure if everybody else, my audience is saying yes, yes, they're excited to hear you. Yes.
Excellent, excellent. Sorry
Great.
about that. So
no
it's
problem.
a pleasure to be here. Without much ado, I'll just say it's a pleasure to be here, and thank you very much for having me, and good night to my fellow panelists and to everyone who is listening.
Okay, so Ms. Jillian, first and foremost, I must say, I'm going to ask it. Being the only woman in this panel, how does it feel? First and foremost.
Interestingly enough, it happens fairly often where I'm the only female
really?
on a panel. Yes, it happens. But it goes with the territory, and I don't have any issues with it. So yeah, but thankfully there are many more women, young women, coming in the entertainment industry.
Yes,
and
I'm right here.
policy, yes, and policy.
All right, great. So I noticed that you're the Senior Director of Entertainment, and that's a part of the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sport. It's funny that the industry has gender attached to it, and you're the Senior Director of Entertainment, and we're bringing you on because we felt that we needed to empower women. We couldn't have a panelist alone with men. All right, no offense to my other panelists, we love you, but we needed to have the female perspective. So tell me, as a policymaker, what is it that you're putting in place, especially for females within the entertainment sector?
You see, you're going to the hard-hitting question now. Actually, what we have been doing really is it goes for both men and women.
That's
policy.
good.
So we're talking about gender equality here, and today when we're celebrating or we're commemorating the International Day for violence against women, it's an interesting day for me to be sitting here talking about entertainment, because from our perspective and from the policy's perspective, one of the things that we have always had to grapple with is how dancehall, for example, and how dancehall in particular can be very male dominated and male centered. And so it is important from the perspective of the Ministry of Culture, and as you probably know, the Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sport is actually female. And so those are some of the issues that are very close to our heart in relation to how women in entertainment are treated. There is now a Women in Entertainment network, just as there is a Women in Film network. Women in music, we have been doing quite a number of things with that. And so those are some of the areas that we have been trying to progress and to push from a policy perspective.
That all sounds tremendous, honestly. I know that you will go head to head with Mr. John King in a few. So I can see that the tension is rising and everybody's getting excited. They want to know how these two are going to come back, especially with Mr. Kevin Little saying, hey, I'm going to check you guys right here. You're in policy, but you're not doing this, you're not doing that, or you're doing this and you're doing that. And then Kamal will interject and he will say, but listen, I plan events, Kevin. I know what it is about. You're saying, so I'm very excited. So you know what? I'm just going to introduce Mr. King officially and let's get this session rolling because everybody's excited, okay? All right. So as you all know, Mr. John King, whew, that's a mouthful. This man, he's just extraordinary, all right? He was supposed to be our keynote panelist, and we just want him to not speak because we don't want to hear the presentation. We want to ask you questions. We want to hit it home, okay, Mr. King? We want to have an actual conversation with you. You were telling me something interesting the other day. You said the facilitation of your ministry is not just for money, it's for things like this. And that is something I've never heard a minister say directly, that they're willing to come in a panel like this and discuss with the youth of tomorrow, like the future leaders of tomorrow, what's going to happen. This is what you need to start checking yourself on. This is how you need to start carrying yourself and training yourself for the industry. So the Honorable John A. King is a member of Parliament in Barbados, the Minister of Creative Economy, Culture, and Sports. Honorable John King will be answering questions from the perspective of a policymaker in the Caribbean, assessing the claim the new norm revitalizing the entertainment sector. Mr. King, tell us your story. How has COVID-19 affected Barbados in your industry? I noticed there was a difference with when Kamal spoke, but I want to hear what your industry is doing for the entertainment sector right now. Mr. King, unmute for us, please. Yeah, thank you.
Unmute, John, unmute.
Good save, Kevin, good save.
You hear me now? Good.
Loud and clear.
Good. So let me say good night to everyone. Just as Kevin said, and as was mentioned before, here the artists have taken a huge blow. A lot of our artists would use travel as really their mainstay in terms of being able to make a living for themselves. Yes, we have the hotel industry and some often things that happen on the ground But a lot of that has also been affected. You know, no tourists in the place. A lot of these guys have been laid off from those jobs within the hotel industry and the tourism sector. But what is interesting is that a lot of them have taken up the challenge, so to speak, to move into the digital space. And if you pay close attention to what's happening, a number of our people are having virtual concerts right now, and they're actually charging for them, and people are actually willing to pay for these concerts. So I think our guys are being a bit more innovative in their approach to what they're doing. One of the things that was mentioned earlier is that in this time, the pandemic, obviously we can't do the large crowds, but there's nothing that stops you from having small events. And some of our artists are actually going into restaurants and having these small events. Obviously the cost is up a little bit more than if you had the large events where you're looking for volumes of people, but they're using what they have to the best of their advantage, following all the protocols and all the other things that they need to do. What I want to suggest though, and I think Kevin touched on it also, is that as an artist, you have to look for multiple income streams. You have to use everything that is at your disposal. So your image itself, in terms of getting people to use you to do things like ads. You can be sponsored by companies to endorse their products. You use your music in film, you use your music in theater, you do it in all these other things. So you have to look and understand what are the multiple streams that you can use your music if you're a musician, if you're a visual artist. How do you now move your paintings from being sold normally to a person comes into your space, but how can we do it digitally? How can we do prints that you can buy online? So you have to be in the short term, you have to be agile to combat this particular situation we find ourselves in. I'm not one who believes though that this is going to be wiping out entertainment as we know it, or that this will become the new norm. I believe that whenever the vaccines come on board and people feel a lot more comfortable because they've been locked down for a long time, I firmly believe that people are going to be traveling all over the world again once they get the opportunity to do that, and that the carnivals and the festivals and the other things like that will come back. Will they come back with the same amount of crowds as they did in the past? No, I think that they're going to have to rebuild gradually. But the digital space, again, gives us the opportunity to do the things like pay-per-view and all the other things that have been happening in the world for a long time, but we in the Caribbean seem not to have taken advantage of them. If you look to see what happened with the NBA, which is entertainment, you look at the sports, they were still able to have their season completed, but people were watching it on television, and there's a cost attached to that, and advertisers, you know, spend money with television stations and all the other networks and all the other platforms that are available. And I think that that is where we in the Caribbean also need to at least begin to think about, you know, how are we going to recover? Now, it's not going to be easy, and I know that change oftentimes is very difficult for people to undertake because we get comfortable doing things the same way. But we have to be, and I don't think I can stress this enough, we have to be agile. You ask what we have been doing as a department of government to support the artists. Well, one of the things that we've been doing for quite some time is that we had a special amount of money put aside for COVID related incidences of people losing their jobs in the hotels, those persons who couldn't do things. And then what we've done, innovative in a way, is we've asked people to create some content. You create content that we can use in our television stations, you create content that we can use in our radio stations. And these projects, we've been supporting those projects. And what we ask people to do is to form little co-ops. So we get dancers together with filmmakers, together with, let's say, singers and whatever else. Whoever puts in the project has to also then put in the cost for all of the other things that they're going to be using. So if you're using a cameraman and you're using dancers and you're using whatever, you put in those costs. And what we do is that we actually pay those people to help you create the content. You yourself also get something out of it. We have two things that you're killing two birds with one stone. One, we're getting content which can be shown to our audiences here in Barbados, who oftentimes don't get enough of the things that are created in Barbados to view. And then two, the artist gets the exposure also for what they're doing, but they also get paid, which gets some money that can help them through this time. And I think that has been working really well in terms of achieving all the things that we wanted to, as I mentioned before, getting the content and getting help to the various sections or sectors within what we call the creative and the cultural industries. Apart from that, what we've been trying to do is to encourage the artists to use all of the available online platforms to still promote themselves. Because after all of this is over, people are going to gravitate towards those things that they would have been able to see online. And so it puts you back in the marketplace to travel again, to expand what you've been doing in Barbados that probably the rest of the world doesn't know anything about. And I think the digital space in itself is let me go back. COVID-19 forced a lot of our artists to get into the digital space. Let me put it that way. And so I see it not as something that is a bad thing, but I see it as a blessing in disguise, because now you're not only a homegrown name, so to speak, but it gives you that opportunity in that digital space. Let me just draw an example to you, a simple thing. If we were ridiculously to say, you know what, I'm going to put up a concert for, let's say, $1 for you to see John King in concert. Okay, so it's a concert. Imagine if 1 million people around the world decided, well, it's cheap, I'm just going to see it. You got volume. It changes my life overnight. I'm a millionaire in one go. And I'm saying that once you use the space, a lot of the things that we're talking about in terms of the negative way, that will counteract them.
All right. I noticed you're really ushering in this digital era. And I wanted to make mention at the fact that you said, let's just use John King as an entertainer. Let's use Mr. Kevin Little. He is right here. Let us see. Kevin, tell me what Mr. John King said. Was it accurately portrayed? I love the fact that you're here.
Oh yeah, I'm thinking, I agree with John wholeheartedly, but there's still some underlying issues in the Caribbean in general that is holding us from actually moving forward more efficiently when it comes to new technology. And that is one of the main things that is affecting our communities. The Caribbean is always behind with everything, and that needs to stop. And I think one of the main reasons for that is because the Caribbean in itself has always underestimated our people, our things that we produce, whether it be music or our cultural festivals and all this stuff. We've consistently underestimated our things, and we do not think of ourselves as being as valuable with our own stuff as the people of other parts of the world. Because, you know, I'm looking at Africa, right? And Africa right now, they have digital payment apps. They're doing payments on their phones. They're not using cash. People are sitting down next to each other and saying, hey, just send me the money right now from your phone. I can't remember the name of the app that they use over there. And some of them are being bought by bigger companies in America because they're working there. I think that one of the things that we need to understand is that we have a lot of value, and if we were to invest in ourselves more and actually focus more on keeping the things that we have and using them, we would be way further ahead. You know, that there's, for example, because I don't want to like because I get really passionate about these things and then I start going in all different directions. I'm trying to hone myself back in here. Right now, where the music is concerned, the biggest problem in the Caribbean is that we don't have any content laws set up. And we do not have any proper collection societies that is generally throughout the region, really pulling the monies from these outlets that we have that is playing the music. There's no reason that any artist in the Caribbean should have a hit for Carnival and not at least have $10,000 in his pocket for the year from it. Because there's radios getting and making hundreds of thousands of dollars per month from your music being played on their station, and you're jumping up and down every day in a carnival or in a summerfest or in a dancehall concert, and you're thinking your music is playing and oh great, yeah, my music is big, but really and truly somebody else is pocketing the money that's being generated from your revenue. And it will affect the way that artists are able to have passive income, to be able to diversify themselves in the first place, because you don't have no savings. If you can't have passive income, you don't have savings. You're living from check to check. You're living from show to show. And you cannot actually have money to invest into other things and to secure yourself a future properly with whatever industry you started with. You know, so there's those underlying problems that we need to deal with. And one of the ways I think that we need to deal with it is to build the awareness that government is not the only one responsible. The people in the community.
I see the policymakers smiling.
Yeah,
Okay.
you know, the people in the community who have money, they are also responsible. Because guess what? You know, at the end of the day, you invest back in your community to bring innovations and stuff like that. I mean, every society has its challenges. You're gonna find people who are there saying, oh, I ain't into that, me want to do that, you know, where they come in with them new thing and them new ideas and thing, I want to stay with this. But people will change as they see others follow and fall in line, they're gonna fall in line as well, because what they will get left behind. So there's need for the people who are actually with wealth in the communities in the Caribbean to really start stepping up as well. And because this current pandemic has created a sort of magnifying glass on the weaknesses in general of our industries and just the way that we do things, it's an opportunity now to really implement new things and really go hard on getting certain things pertaining to revenue sorted out properly so that entertainment in general can flourish more. An artist should not be a big star in Jamaica and not be the same in terms of revenue as a big star in, let's say, Miami. Because there's people who are big stars in Miami pushing Benzes and big houses and stuff, and they're known nowhere else in North America. They're known just in one part. So, and that's because their radio stations and stuff, they have to pay royalties, and these artists get a lot of that revenue. It's not going into a black hole or going back into only the radio's pocket or the online streamers pocket. There's a lot of regulations and stuff put in place to protect the content creators. And just in general, all these things need to be looked at and fixed.
If I may, if I may, I mean, I think
I saw you wanting to interject from the time he mentioned content law.
Yeah, if I may. And Kevin raised what I think are two very interesting points. One is about the valuing of culture, how we value our own culture. And the other one is investment in culture, not necessarily by governments, but individual philanthropy. And the truth of the matter is that we really it is something, individual philanthropy is something that we learn, that generations we have to pass on to our children to give in a very systematic way. And so I think COVID and this particular period, if there are some things that are some opportunities and good things that are coming from this particular pandemic, it is that understanding of how it really takes a community to build our countries and our nations. Even within the CARICOM space, I mean, you talk about the issue of an artist being big in North America or in a particular community in say Miami, but not big in the Caribbean and not big anywhere else. The fact of the matter is an issue of scale. And in the Caribbean, we have really not we haven't coalesced around our culture in a way that creates that scale. So we're small countries. We're very small countries, and we really need to have more of a community spirit, and this, so that all of that, the strength that we'll get in numbers, it will build that scale, and it is really the scale that determines how much we'll really earn and how big we'll really become.
You know, Gillian, I wanted to follow on from the quick points made. So, you know, one of the things that I see as deficiencies, not only in the Caribbean, but in, you know, some other countries that maybe not necessarily developed countries, is a lack of data, right? And when you have a lack of data, it is very difficult for you to have certain levels and types of conversations. When, you know, various developed countries have huge agencies, huge corporations just built solely to collate, compile, and regurgitate and, you know, repurpose information and data for various types of applications, what you have is a very, very interesting way of framing things in conversation, right? So when you look at the creative sector, the creative industry, the sports industry in Jamaica, we look at this industry as something that is near and dear to us. But when people are asking, okay, what is the value of this industry?
Mm-hmm.
What is the value of the industry? Do people actually know? Do we, who are practitioners, do we know? And, you know, that question is asked a lot. And, you know, I juxtapose it to say, people in the banking industry, they know what their industry is worth. People in the tourism industry, they know what their industry is worth. Manufacturing, agriculture, to a lesser extent, mining, you know, so on and so forth, telecommunications, because a lot of those industries are very data-based. They don't move, they don't make decisions without the data, right? Our industry, which is creative, a lot of our decisions are made based on emotion, not empirical, right? And for us, we have to do a better job of pulling down and drawing down on that data. One of the key things that was a takeaway from COVID is that Gillian and myself and two other persons, Howard McIntosh, Lenford Salmon, we worked tirelessly, days, weeks, to put together huge amounts of data that in our opinion, Gillian, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think has ever been presented before.
True.
One of the things that we actually pulled together and presented was the value, the economic impact of the sports and entertainment industry annually in Jamaica. And we presented that, and it was kind of very interesting because, you know, there was an economic recovery task force formed under the Ministry of Finance, chaired by the Minister of Finance, and entertainment was not automatically put on that economic recovery task force. We were outraged. Gillian, I'm sure, was outraged. Industry players were outraged. And many people in the media and many, you know, stakeholders were the same. And it was, you know, revisited, and, you know, we got our seat at the table. After getting our seat at the table, they said, okay, well, what are you going to come and tell us? And it forced us to go ahead and do the research. We presented a document, in my opinion, not exhaustive, but fairly comprehensive, that valued our entertainment industry in terms of direct value at about 100 billion Jamaican dollars annually. That's the economic impact.
195.
I was getting to that. And When you add in the intellectual property piece and the intangibles, it goes up to 195 billion, right? With direct employment of about 75,000 and about 175,000 with indirect employment, which works out to about 9.3% of GDP. And if that is not data points that we now can use moving forward to broaden our conversation, to sit down at the table with all the bankers, all the people in tourism, manufacturing, agriculture, and the government at large to say, hey, you know, take notice, this is who we are, this is what is affected. A lot of these data points were used when we presented to spur on the reopening of the entertainment industry that we lobbied for many, many months. And it did happen. I mean, the entertainment industry is partially closed now, just because we can't have, you know, outdoor events and stuff like that. But there are, you know, entertainment things happening in terms of bars and restaurants are open, and there's some low-level entertainment happening there. But formal events can't happen, concerts can't happen, you know, festivals, obviously not Carnival, no. But what we did to galvanize support was to say, hey, we're getting ourselves organized and presenting ourselves in a way that is empirical rather than emotional. And I think that was critical work that we did, Jillian, at the time to pull it all together.
Very nice.
All right, I can see that everybody is just like really eager to get their point across and to support their fellow panelists. So I'm just gonna let you guys do your thing. I'm gonna ask questions though. I'm gonna let Mr. King continue with what he was about to say, and then I'm gonna start asking you some questions from in the chat. Okay?
But I just wanted to say that I couldn't agree more with what has been said. In the Caribbean, we've not done a very good job of mapping the industry at all. And without the data, yes, we're basically almost shooting in the dark. But there's also the aspect of our finance people, making sure that we have those satellite accounts that can put some of that data into your main financing stream so that we know what we're doing in terms of supporting it financially, and we understand what it is contributing to the economy and that sort of stuff. So I just wanted to say I agree with that 100%. But then one of the other things that we have to take into consideration also is, in some cases, I don't know if in Jamaica you guys have had this particular problem, but there often is a reluctance on a lot of the persons within the creative industries to give you that information in terms of, you know, what are they turning over in terms of monies and different things. Obviously, because a lot of it is informal, it's not taxed, and people have this huge fear about coming into tax brackets and all the other things that go along with it. So we have to start thinking in terms of how do we formalize a lot of the informal sections of the creative industries as we go along.
Actually, Minister, that is actually one of the things that COVID has helped us to do, primarily because we did have that economic stimulus package. We were able to actually survey the industry and actually get the information from the sector. And really and truly, it is when you show that value to the sector that they will actually become more open to sharing information with you. You're right though about the levels of informality in the creative sector, but to be truthful, the levels of informality is right across all the other sectors as well. It's just that we seem to think as creatives that it's more so in the creative industries than in other sectors. But I tend to disagree. When I look at other sectors, I believe that the levels of informality within the Caribbean is fairly high, and it's spread across the various sectors.
But for example, Jillian, I would love to know examples of other sectors that are affected the same way. I'm just curious.
You mean in terms of levels of informality?
Yeah.
I think the agricultural sector, the manufacturing sector, there are some very informal things that happen in all of those other sectors.
Do you think that it just in those sectors, in other places in the world, you don't have that same issue in those sectors? So is it goes to show that it's not just a matter of it being entertainment or anything. It's more than just about a sector. It's about the way that we operate in our region, right?
What you're, let me see if I understand what you're saying. The question you're asking is whether or not it's creatives across the world who are fairly informal.
No. What I'm saying is that in other places across the world, you do not see these issues spill over into manufacturing and agriculture. Well, not spill, but be similarly affected. These other areas are similarly affected in the Caribbean the same way as the music industry. In other places, manufacturing and agriculture and stuff like that is not affected the same way. As a matter of fact, the entertainment industry is the wild, wild west. That is normally the talk worldwide because it's very unregulated.
But Kevin, you know that the entertainment industry, all right, with Kingston being a creative city of music since 2015, we have had very good opportunity to interact with a number of other music cities across the world. The music industry across the world it's formal in some ways, yes, in relation to intellectual property rights, for example, in some spaces. But in other places, it is very, very informal. It's the same level of irregularities you see, and you see in relation to musicians across the world. There is something about the creative mind and the way that creatives do business, and that is something that government, we need to set the framework. We need to understand that creatives cannot be the business person and the creatives necessarily. And so we have to create the framework for them so to make their lives easier. This is what government ought to be doing. And I think from the perspective of the, from the perspective of the Ministry of Culture and the government of Jamaica, that is precisely what COVID has been allowing us to do, is to really to create the enabling environment for persons, for creatives to grow and to thrive. It has been a difficult situation, but it is something that we have to work through.
I can see that Kamal wants to say something. His video is on.
Yeah, man. So just to follow up with that, I mean, one of the challenges with formalizing yourself as a creative is some of the stringent rules that go into opening a bank account and doing formal business. When you have, a level of self-employment as a micro entrepreneur, as a sole trader, sometimes it's very difficult to, jump through some of the stringent banking hoops. But some of the banks, again, now very recently, within the past 12 months in Jamaica, have come around to actually say, hey, well, if you are going to open this level of bank account, we don't need, a medical certificate. And I'm paraphrasing, but you get the point, right? And those things actually help and encourage persons to go into the formal sector, because what they know is that, okay, if I have a bank account and I pass my earnings through there, I will have credit history. And all of those things now start to roll into what we call a formalization and incentivization for formalization, right? So when people are saying, okay, why should I be formally listed? Why should I, get a bank account and list my data if, I'm singing and I'm recording dub plates and I get cash and I get my money through Western Union or whatever, why should I do this? And the point now is that, well, if you earn enough cash, you need to buy a house. And if you want to buy a house or a car and, you're not buying it cash anymore, you actually have to go and get a loan from the bank or mortgage or whatever. And you need to be, tagged in the credit bureau and those kinds of things. So as credit bureaus develop in the Caribbean, and obviously our banking sector evolves to become more all-encompassing, to take into account the creative sector, these things now will become easier. And those persons now will be reported more in those satellite accounts that, for example, in Jamaica, Statin, Gillian has done years of work with Statin to try and get the right reporting in the right satellite accounts. Where is, entertainment captured? Where is sports captured? And is it commingled with other things? And, disambiguating those is a challenge, but, we'll keep fighting the fight.
I think, if I may, one of the things that we're talking about here is financial literacy. And our Ministry for Small Business and Commerce is actually undertaking a massive financial literacy program in the coming months. So I hear what you're saying. We have the same problems here also.
I
All
think
right.
generally that's a problem across the board.
Yes, I agree too. It's a problem across the whole board. But let's get into some questions that the audience are asking. They're saying that the questions aren't being answered. I mean, all right, we're getting to you, audience. We're getting to you. Okay, so we have a comment here from Romel. Says, Barbados is a country I can say is doing an excellent job with COVID protocols and whatnot. So much so that they are able to hold some events and subsequent to say events that have never had community spread. This is a question for the minister. Is there a possibility that crop over can indeed be a goal for 2021?
We're in discussions and looking at that now. I wouldn't want to say a year or nay because I said we're in discussions on it. But from my perspective, as to where we are right now, in the absence of a vaccine, it is very difficult to ask people to leave their homes. They will have their own fears to come out to support crop over in its normal way. Now, without that and without people being able to travel and come in to make up the rest of your audience, you could put yourself in a position where you can take a huge financial hit if you don't get the support from outside of the country. So for us, it really is about looking at it and weighing the pros and cons. We're having those discussions now, but at this particular point in time, I wouldn't go on a limb to say that it is going to happen, but I wouldn't rule out if things change and we see that vaccines and other things are out there and a certain amount of confidence has gone back into your patrons that they're going to travel and people are free to come out, then we'll make a final decision on it. But for right now, what we're working towards is a different version of crop over, which will see more heritage and cultural things being exposed to people, but not the traditional, big bands and all of that sort of stuff.
There you have it. You guys heard it. I can see my patrons getting very excited. All right. No more questions about crop over. The minister said what he said. Moving on. Somebody said, Mr. Kamal. Kamal is best known for his extremely large events. How is he doing right now that mass gatherings are not allowed? Has he gone virtual? How is that working out? You know they were going to ask you this.
Yeah, man. So, I mean, the companies that I am a partner in, Dream Entertainment, we are Dream Weekend and Exodus Carnival. We have not been able to have any of those large events in 2020, unfortunately. Everything looks lovely for 2021 with this new vaccine or these new vaccines coming along. Very, very, very hopeful that the distribution will be far and wide. And of course, our feeder markets, United States and Canada, who supply a large number, as the minister said, a large number of our patrons. Once that also rolls out in those spaces, we look forward to great stuff for 2021. We were able to reopen the entertainment sector in Jamaica for, a small period of time during the summer, where we were actually able to host 4 events during that time. Small, obviously. So that was, the Dream Entertainment stuff. And, we were able to host, an Exodus event, small events, keep the brand alive, keep it pumping. Those events were well attended. We had a capacity crowd based on our limited numbers. And, we're looking forward to, as soon as we're able to safely host other events, we will do more of those. Otherwise, I mean, I'm the owner of a bar and restaurant here in Kingston, Jamaica called Ribby's. We're open 7 days a week, albeit with lower numbers and such alike. So I'm still keeping myself busy. We're still doing some corporate work in terms of, the agency side of our businesses, facilitating marketing and stuff like that for other corporate entities, and still making music. I produce music as well. So still enjoy doing that. So still keeping very, very busy.
Good.
For the Kamal fans out there, you heard it here, live and direct. Mr. Kamal is keeping busy. Okay? You have a lot of fan base, okay? All right. So we have a question for Mr. Kevin Little. I think he did answer this question, but I would like him to address it again to satisfy my audience, all right?
Yeah.
Did Mr. Little have to cancel any bookings? Is digital streaming paying off for you?
Yeah, big time. I mean, I had to cancel a lot of bookings big time,
Okay.
and streaming is paying off for me big time. You know, so I'm kind of
Big time.
yeah. I mean, the thing is that the whole industry has been hit very hard in terms of live stuff and performing shows and all of that. You know, all over the world, you know, things have been basically shut down. There's no because and then a lot of the times the shows that I do, it's crazy. You know, it's like there's a lot of you go in clubs in Europe, there's cigarette smoke. You're inhaling everybody's cigarette smoke. It's a dangerous situation to be even doing any type of live PA right now, and it's difficult to control the that type of atmosphere. You know, I think Kamal would have an idea of this because he does these kind of events. You know how difficult it is to tell a man, especially in a big event where you have so much people to not smoke or to not, you know, anything like that, that would cause the transmission of this type of virus right now. So, you know, all over the world, like even right now, I was asked to do a show in Dubai next month, but it still has not been confirmed. It's going back and forth because of what is happening right now. But to be honest, I'm doing very well because I have the option, my passive income is there with streaming and just everything else, you know?
That's awesome. Thank you so much. You heard it here, guys. He is doing great as well. All of my speakers are doing so well. But let me ask Miss Jillian a question. Miss Jillian, I know you just turned your screen off, but this is to Kamal and Jillian from Navron Henry. So to Mr. Kamal and Miss Jillian, are you satisfied with how the government of Jamaica is addressing the concerns of entertainment industry workers and businesses? You guys can tag team on this.
I'll let Jillian go first.
Ladies, right? Okay, gentlemen.
Okay. Well, it's a really difficult time. So I think that, to be honest, that the government can't do enough to really assist the sector because of what is happening globally that is impacting the local and the national. But we have committed $40 million to the entertainment sector. Funds have already $5.2 billion has already been approved and released for the entertainment, tourism, culture sector already. And so we are doing as best as we can at this moment in time with very, very serious fiscal constraints. So yes, I believe that we're doing the best we can at this moment in time.
Yes.
So, I mean, from my perspective, you know, obviously as a practitioner, we appreciate any help and support that we have gotten and will continue to get from the government. My position is very simple, you know, we in the industry also have to be innovative and creative ourselves, and not just only look for a handout. I mean, you know, we live in the Caribbean, and it's no secret that we are, you know, not, you know, great financial powerhouses as countries, and our governments have difficult times of balancing budgets without COVID. So, you know, you have a pandemic and it puts extra strain on the system. You know, they just reported, you know, a contraction of the economy, 11-12%. And that obviously impacts taxes, which impacts government spending. So for me, what I'm actually really looking forward to is not necessarily what's happening today, but what the government will be able to do in terms of incentives coming out of this, which when we get a clear path to recovery, we expect robust discussions to say, okay, well, entertainment was clearly the hardest hit because it's the only industry still closed, more or less. So, you know, how is the government going to give us fiscal incentives to help bring us back to some kind of parity where we were? And that's really what I'm looking forward to in terms of the robust discussions. I think also that, you know, based on the type of virus it is, how little we have known about it, I mean, you know, that's also, you know, decreases every day. But, you know, my thing is that when we made the decisions, you know, in March or in July or whatever, we didn't know as much about the virus as we know now. And obviously, you know, that changes day to day. So our decisions will not be, you know, 100% perfect at the time. We look on it through, you know, hindsight. But what we do know is that when we move forward, we'll be able to, you know, make informed decisions on the road to recovery. When there's a vaccine that, you know, is going to be widely distributed, that will give us a clear path and timeline with a distribution logistics timeline of when things will reopen in a robust way to get back to normalcy.
I think just to piggyback on what Kamal just said, one of the things that we noticed, and Kamal rightly said it, is that the services sector actually declined by 44% in this second and third quarter. And really and truly, and of course, entertainment is a big part of that services sector, whereas agriculture actually increased. So I mean, so that is good that agriculture is actually showing increases, but it's very bad that the services sector, of which entertainment is such a critical part, has actually shown such a serious decline. What Kamal and the fact that we actually have been looking and really trying to get the data together for the entertainment industry really augurs well for the future. I mean, it's a very trying and it's an angst-ridden time for us right now. But the fact is that we have to get that information. We have to get the data together so that we can assist the government to pivot properly and to put in place the right mechanisms to help creative businesses to grow.
So at this point, I have a question of my own. You said that we have to get the requisite data to help to help create such, you know, strategies. So at this point, do you think it is necessary for you guys to bring on the future leaders of tourism to let us help you help everyone? Like we are ready, we are feeling very empowered, and we would like to help the industry catch itself. So tell me, from John King to Mrs. Math, like you guys just tell me, don't you think this is the right time for us to come on?
Well, I couldn't agree with you more. I think this is the perfect time, especially when there's a lot of research to be done. And I've always been one who has said that when you're talking about research, students at university are key persons that you need. It does two things. You have the opportunity to do the research, which would help with your own studies and stuff like that. And if the governments are open to it, then you get a little stipend, which puts some money in your pocket to help you do the things.
Ching, ching.
We get the information that we need. You have a faculty just opened at UWI for culture, and the students in there or the students in finance or wherever can be involved in this. So I think it's an excellent idea. It's just a matter of probably ministries and UWI sitting down together and working out how they can get this done. But as you said, as you guys are going to be the future, you need to be involved now, because what we're talking about today in 2020, by the time it's time for you guys to take over, it's going to be a complete different world. And if you're in now, then you can learn from all the mistakes that were probably made before and capitalize on that with the knowledge going forward. I mean, like for me, when I was in entertainment, a lot of things that Kevin and some of these younger guys have to deal with now were not necessarily problems for me in the 80s and in the 90s. You know what I mean? But and vice versa. Some of the things that they have to deal with is different. So we all have to be able to, I think, in my mind, adapt. I think that is the key word. And moving away from having to get all these youth consultants and all these things in and using students and the other things that are there, especially as Jillian made the point, governments are cash strapped at this particular point in time. I mean, they're normally cash strapped, but this makes it even. You've got to be innovative and you've got to think of certain and do things like that.
Miss Jillian, you can go ahead. You're muted.
No, I think I said everything that I needed to say on that one.
Really? Yeah, I think that you guys both covered it, but I thought you had something extra to say.
No.
All right. So moving along nicely, I see a lot of questions here, but guys, my panelists, they're very busy people, but they will accommodate you as much as possible. All right. So another question. This is from Mr. Kevin Little. So this person wants to know from an artist's point of view.
Yeah.
I believe this book about artists must continue to make their presence on social media platforms. This is when we were speaking about ushering the data, Mr. King. So they're asking, how is this going to help new artists? So the question is posted in such a way that it says, I believe this book about artists continuing to make their presence on social media platforms. But how are fairly new artists supposed to find ways of obtaining income to continue pushing music to the masses if they are not well known? I know you mentioned, Mr. Little, that it is not just up to the ministries, it's also up to those who have money and stuff. But I guess Mr. Brown just needs clarification. So you could just tell him about it for us, just a little 2 minutes thing or something.
Yeah, well, you know, the truth is when you're a new artist and you're trying to get yourself out there, it's not easy. And I mean, between Mr. John King and myself, we've both been there, you know? You go around, you try to find sponsors, you ask everybody here and there with their businesses, whether it be a bank or a big business owner, you know, to give you a little $100 check here or there to help you do a recording or something like that, you know. That's most likely the level that you're coming from right now. And then with social media, you're not known and you're trying to make a name for yourself. That's a tough one. And I understand, especially now where, you know, you can't do no live performances, and unless you become like some sort of social media overnight success in some other way, comedic or something like that, it's very daunting. But what I would say is to be patient and don't give up. You know, the truth is that every human being has their calling. And at the end of the day, you want to do music, you want to be in entertainment, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's the only thing that you can do in the meantime. So I would say to you to look around you and be open to other things to keep yourself occupied and to keep a little money in your pocket in the meantime, until things return to normal where you can have even more opportunities to get yourself exposed. And don't give up trying on social media. You might go and tell a joke on social media and you blow up in that way. You know what I'm saying? You just got to be optimistic and just keep positive and keep grinding. You know, don't give up. Don't let the current situation right now hold you back, because in these times actually is when innovations arise. You know, because a lot of weaknesses are being highlighted, and you have to, as well as everyone else in the world who is probably going to come out on top after this, sit back and observe as well. Be very vigilant and look at what's going on in your environment and see what is there that you can contribute to that may put you on top in the long run.
Thank you so much for that. I noticed that Mr. Shaquille Brown, he's actually an upcoming Vincentian artist, such as yourself. So I believe he's very motivated by you, and that advice that you gave was just brilliant. I actually listened to some of his songs, and I believe he has the capacity to grow some more. So I think your advice will help him go a very long way. Thank you for that.
And shout out my Vinci massive, you know. Shout out.
All right.
Let me just say something to pick up from where Kevin left off.
No problem.
You know, one of the things I always guard young artists against is having unrealistic expectations. Oftentimes we in the Caribbean, we look across to our bigger neighbors in North America, and we look at what's happening at the exact top of the American marketplace, and we decide that that is where it's at. Not understand there's a whole slew of jobs, of opportunities and other things from the top to the bottom, and all of that in between. And I think sometimes if Jillian spoke about it earlier, and I don't think anyone really picked up on it, but you're talking about scale. If you look at North America, you've got 300 million plus people to deal with. It's a complete different ball game where you have about what, 15 million people in the English speaking Caribbean. And the rule of thumb for many years has always been that 1% of your population is going to be the ones who really support the arts and all these kind of things on a regular basis. Now, if we just do a quick calculation on that in each island separately, you begin to understand the odds that are stacked against us not having the populations, so to speak. And then Jillian also spoke about how we have, and Kevin spoke about it too, of how we have not done a good job of getting our people to appreciate themselves as themselves and what they produce. I mean, these are things that governments and agencies within governments have to undertake. One of the things that we've just done here in Barbados is to have 100% Barbadian radio station. The reason being not that we want to shut out other people, but there's a lot of music that is being created that would not find itself into the other spaces in what we would consider to be the more popular and the normal radio stations. Because again, cultural penetration, we're bombarded by a lot of stuff that comes out of North America. And so we've created that space where the same young artists that you're talking about have the opportunity to not only have their music played on the station, but to actually go in there to have themselves interviewed and use that platform to give themselves that push. And I think Kevin made the point earlier, and I just want to reiterate it all the time. You have to be able to understand, and I'll just make this analogy, which I use to people all the time. The only thing that starts at the top is either grave or well. You have to work, you have to start from the bottom and work your way up. So I know a lot of people get disheartened by, they look across and they see Kevin and they say, well, that's where Kevin is, but they don't see the work that he had to put in for a number of years before he got to where he's at. So you have to understand your work ethic. You got to understand your ability to be agile. You also got to also understand that when opportunities present themselves, you have to be able to grab them with everything. And there's no easy road and there's no magic wand. But I think Kevin made the point. If you're passionate about it, if you're savvy about it, and you surround yourself, and I always tell artists, one of the things that is hard for a lot of artists to do is to let go and allow other people, managers and others, to do their jobs, and you remain the creative person. Once you can do that and you trust those people, I mean, you still have to be savvy about where your money goes and understand these things, because there's too many stories of artists ending up in bad situations by not paying attention to those things. But I think artists must be allowed to be the artists, and they have to be able to be open to having that help in terms of managers and financial advisors and all the other things. And someone might say, well, people don't come into your life unless you are successful, but that's not true. From my own life story, I can tell you there were a number of people who would have worked with me for many years until we began to see the light of really getting there, of what we can term quote unquote success in the Caribbean context.
Yeah. And you know, your Rolodex is very important in everything in life. I mean, you know, this Wilkinson McDaniel, somebody like you who's in a higher, more deeply involved in business or that type of way, you have to know the people. You have to be rubbing shoulders with the right people. John, you know this.
Networking.
Your accomplishments, the things that you achieve in life depend on who you surround yourself with. If you surround yourself with people who kick in soccer and you want to sing, you're not going to make it in singing. You know, you want to sing, you want to become a successful star, then you got to find the people who are involved in that industry and rub shoulders with them. And to John's point of, you know, the struggles and stuff like that, and looking at an artist who is super successful and looking at yourself and saying, whoa, that's where I want to be. And, you know, but you don't know the struggles that that person went through in order to get to where they are, you know. And I just really want to share right now, yo, I had times when my mom would cry and walk out to the little boathouse I was living in St. Vincent and say, she don't know if I'm ever gonna make it in this music thing, but you know, she just hopes, you know, she's outside crying, you know, because I was a very noisy child. I was very meaning that I wanted this. And sometimes I'd break down crying in my own shower because, yo, people don't understand a lot of the times how much it takes, the type of sacrifice that it takes to really get to where you need to be or where you see yourself in life. And, you know, I want to share this with everybody here because, you know, people look at me and say, oh, he's Kevin Little, he's making money, he's big, he's successful, but you got to understand the journey. You know, I came from, I'm an only child. My mother is a single parent. You know, she raised me herself and took care of me, my grandmother, and my great-grandmother. So don't look at yourself where you are and think that you can't get to where I am. Just know that you got to take your blows. You're going to get fight. You're going to have to struggle. You're going to have to cry. You're going to have to pray to whatever God you want to pray to, or in whatever way you want to pray. You're going to have faith in yourself, and you're going to have to get the right Rolodex. You're going to have to associate yourself with the right people. You know, your Rolodex is your way to where you want to go. You know, I used to be backstage at all the dancehall shows when Benji Cottle used to have them in St. Vincent. Nobody know who I am, but I'm there. I'm looking at Merciless on stage. I'm looking at Mr. Vegas on stage. I'm looking at Barrington Levy on stage. I'm looking at all these cats, and I'm talking to the people in the background who are involved in the industry. So this, just as an example for anybody out there who is looking at me or anyone else who is successful here on this panel and going, whoa, I want to be there, and saying to themselves, yo, you know, it's looking impossible right now, but yo, from my standpoint where I came from, I was #1 in America. #1 top 40 in America. So,
and it's good that you mentioned that, because you guys mentioned that you needed to trust the people around you, trust your team, trust the person who's actually planning the event for you, so that you could be creative and stuff. So right at this point, I want to bring in Mr. Kamal, and I want to say, Mr. Kamal Banke, you have a lot of fans in this audience right now. And there is a Mr. Nathan David who says that you're an absolute inspiration to me. My name is Nathan Davis, and I am one of the co-founders and CEO of Genesis Teens Jamaica. I have many questions, but I would never have the time for the most important question I want to ask, which is, what do you have to say to upcoming party promoters who are living in COVID, trying to plan not only their first event, but their first event during this pandemic, in hope of a day when it will pay off and be like you?
Very good question, and you know, thanks for asking. So the first thing I would say is that if you're an event promoter, now must be the most nerve-wracking time. There's the most uncertainty. We've never seen or dreamed of a situation before where we could not have events. You know, a lot of people took it for granted, and I truly believe that, you know, now people will see entertainment as an essential part of life. It's not just something that's always there. So I think people are going to relish it and cherish it a bit more. For the uncertainty, you know, there are many scenarios that can play out within the next month, 6 months, year, 2 years, 5 years, right? And the reality of our situation is that we have to plan for all of them. We have to plan for every eventuality. For a young promoter coming up, what you literally have to do is game plan maybe about 5 or 10 different scenarios, 5 or 10 different events, from a breakfast party to a beach party, some kind of all-inclusive, various things, what you're going to do for entry protocols, various scenarios, game all of them and have them stress test them, run them by other people in the industry, your friends, family, whatever, and make sure that they're solid. When they're solid, you know that you have some kind of good product that you have ready to go. At the minute's notice that, there is an opening to do it, then you will be able to analyze what situation is actually in front of you in terms of the environmental pandemic situation, and then pick something out of your toolbox, which is one of those pre-planned events that fits with that mold. And if you're able to do that, you will have a successful event. But you have to prepare. You have to prepare like you're preparing for the biggest exam of your life.
Exams. Well, I know Mr. Nathan Davis is probably in tears right now after you answered that question. He actually sent it twice for Mr. Kamal. Yes, but I do believe they really need to push themselves. Like, you can't just say you want to plan an event and just be, what should I say in colloquial terms, slapdash. It needs to be on point. Even today when my moderator couldn't make it, I was in disarray, but I said, you know what? When you plan events, you need to expect the unexpected. If you want to do big things, then you need to go big or go home. So I just grab a shirt and I'm here with you guys and I'm having this conversation, and it isn't going that bad. And I'm not nervous anymore to be among these, I don't know, these great people. But for Julian, now that we have heard Kevin speak on his artist perspective, and he actually advised an upcoming artist and even upcoming artists, and then Kamal just offered his little motivation for Nathan Davis. I'm not going to ask you, how would you advise women in the industry today? Not necessarily women. Matter of fact, that's generalizing. How would you speak on the policy making for the future leaders of tomorrow? What would you tell them, to be strong in this situation? Let me hear what we need. The words of a woman.
Okay. All right. So, one of the things that we require across the Caribbean at this moment in time are persons who are quantitative thinkers. So we do need, in this creative industries, we actually need a cadre of young people who have an interest in doing statistics, who are interested in data. Because as you heard us talk about it earlier, this challenge of data collection and of having information on the creative industries is something that has bedeviled us for a very, very long time. And the only way for us to overcome the issue of not valuing culture and not valuing the entertainment and the creative sectors is that we actually have to have the kind of information, the data-centered information to inform policies and policymakers. So inform people like John King or Babsy Grange and Mia Motley, etc. This is what we need, are people who are focused, who are tireless in their work. They must be willing to put in the work. For example, right now, I'm still in my office. I'm not sure if John King is still in his office, but the fact is that you have to be working and work really, and in entertainment, the work doesn't stop. And Kamal will tell you, if the calls come on a weekend, an artist is stuck in Barbados, we have to deal with it. And so those are some of the factors that you just have to be very prepared to put in the work. You have to work hard. But what it is that we require now are persons who are very focused on research, focused on data and statistics, and really making an impact on the Caribbean creative ecosystem.
That's awesome. Well, you guys heard it here. My future leaders of tomorrow, even in the tourism sector, the entertainment sector, whichever sector you're in, they need you, okay? especially for the tourism majors. They want the people who are interested in doing the research. You need to start somewhere, and if you're going to start somewhere, it's going to be at the bottom with history, with the research.
But Moisha, I want to say this, one of the things that we mustn't believe that entertainment and tourism or entertainment and culture and tourism are separated.
No, of course
are
not.
integrally intertwined. All those sectors are integrally intertwined, and so you also have to have a holistic way of thinking, a synergistic way of approaching the entire what I call that, as I said, the creative ecosystem of which tourism is a part.
That's actually great, like really, really great. And I like the fact that you highlighted that it's not just a separate entity, because people are getting confused. Like they're saying entertainment culture, like no, we're all one and we all need to work for a better tomorrow. And COVID-19, as unfortunate as it was, has opened our eyes, and it has taught us that we need to revamp and come back bigger and better. Okay? So now that I'm at this point, I'd like the Honorable John King to give his advice to the future leaders of tourism tomorrow. I want you to really speak to them and let them know that their discipline is not in vain and that we will recover.
Thank you, Moshe. Well, like I said before, I see this as a stepping stone for us in the entertainment world. And I think everyone has to look more so on the opportunities that are presented from COVID-19 to one, do better the things that we're accustomed to doing when we get back to doing them in the same way. But two, to be also, you'll probably get tired of hearing me say this over and over again, we have to be able to adapt and understanding as much as we can. I think Julie made the point, and I'd just like to go to it. Kamal made the point. Data is so important in everything that we do in terms of making decisions for the sectors, be it tourism, be it the entertainment sector, as two separate entities. And so it's important that guys who are involved, like Moishe said, it's not really starting at the bottom. I think there are different aspects of entertainment that need a certain kind of expert. So without the data, a lot of the things that the policymakers have to do are again going to be shooting in the dark. Now, the policymakers are the ones who create the framework for the artists to flourish. And it just goes on and on and on. And the chain is as strong as its weakest link. So all I would want to do is to encourage you guys to put your best foot forward, always give of your best in whatever it is that you undertake. And always remember that the decisions that you make today are not decisions that are only going to affect you, but they're going to affect generations to come. And if there's one thing that I would also like to leave with everyone in this meeting this evening, is that lots of times we seem to look to Europe or North America for everything. I want to encourage you that at this particular point in time of our development, 2020 is a time, if you just look at it for what it is, it's when you're supposed to have perfect vision. I want to implore you. Kamal made the point earlier, and I think Kevin made a point also about Africa and the opportunities that are going to be there for us to cooperate and, to use the word lightly, to exploit opportunities that present themselves on the continent, especially on the West Coast, where you've got about 400 million people to deal with. The creative sector and our promoters, our musicians, our designers, everybody has to be able to understand that in today's world where it's very easy for Europe to close doors, North America begin to close doors, and all these things, we have to make partnerships outside of those traditional trading partners and look to the continent to do the things that we need to do. And that our young people are going to have to be in charge of making those transitions. And between the universities and people-to-people engagement, I think these are the things where the sector itself can benefit from, because obviously, as we said before, we don't have the scale in terms of numbers to really, sustain a lot of what we produce. But there's a valuable market right there sitting down that has been waiting for us for hundreds of years to come up.
All right, thank you so much. As a matter of fact, as I'm getting into thank yous, I would just like to invite one of my most valuable team members to give a vote of thanks to all of you, okay? So I would now like to invite Faith Phillips. There
Good
she is,
night,
she's about to share her
everyone.
screen.
Hi, good night. The Honorable John King, Mr. Kamal Banke, Mr. Kevin Little, Mrs. Jillian Wilkinson McDaniel, moderator, our most valued invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion. I, on behalf of our team, the entire supporting, sponsoring organization, and audience here together, extend a very hearty thank you to the Honorable John King, Mr. Kamal Banke, Mr. Kevin Little, and Mrs. Jillian Wilkinson McDaniel for sharing your important work as well as your findings and opinions today. We truly appreciate you all for finding time in your busy schedules to come have this important discussion with us today. We are grateful to you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Faith. Like she expressed, we are honestly grateful. This discussion could not have gone any better. You all tag team it, and you all show that you came here passionate about actually revamping the entertainment sector in the Caribbean. And I'm just proud to have you guys as people that we can look up to. And I really hope that we can get something sorted out with getting the future leaders involved. But as of right now, thank you so much. And I'd like to thank my audience for participating and being big fans of everyone here. They were shouting out each and every one of the speakers as they spoke. Someone said, "Power to women." They love you, Miss Julian. So just thank you. Thank everyone for coming. And we would just like to take this time to appreciate our sponsors, Jamaica Tourist Board, Tourism Linkages Council. They're like a big sponsor as well, the Mon School of Business Management, Dream Weekend, Tourism Enhancement Fund, the Ministry of Tourism in Jamaica, the Pawn Shack. Remember we said no matter how big you get, you always started somewhere small, and we're not only accepting sponsorship from the big ones, we also have the Jade Dragon Chinese store. Like, thank you to all our sponsors who made this a possibility, and good night, everyone. Thank you.
Give thanks.
Thanks for having me. It was a pleasure.
Give thanks. It was a pleasure being here. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. And I hope that this is not the last time that we do this.
Definitely not. Bye.
Jamaica, heartbeat of the world. Let's go. Jamaica, heartbeat of the world. Let's go.
popcorn and Sprite. Walk on play like kite. One another ground a bumper cock sky, whining hard on me. Got my python hollering for mercy, yeah. Then I whisper in her ear, so wine harder. And then she said to me, boy, just push that thing, push it harder back on me. So let me hold you, go caress my body. You got me going crazy. You turn me on, turn me on. Let me drive you, go wine harder on me. You got me going crazy. You turn me on, girl. Just hug me, kiss me, squeeze me, hug me, kiss and caress me, hug me, kiss me, squeeze me, hug me, kiss and caress me. When I get on, I go get me tonight. Yeah. If you think say man, I go fight. Me don't feed her with popcorn and Sprite. Walk on play way like kite. For the longest while we're jamming in the party, and you're whining on me, pushing everything right back on top of me, yeah. But if you think you're gonna get away from me, you better change your mind. You're going home with me tonight. Let me hold you, go caress my body.